Geronimo Stilton, The Curse of the Cheese Pyramid. Wake up! Wake up! It was just before dawn in the middle of winter. The moon shone down over the mouse holes of New Mouse City. I was fast asleep under my comfy, cozy blankets, snoring away. Suddenly, the phone rang. I stumbled out of bed, sinking my paws into my new cat fur rug. It was so soft. I had bought it last weekend at the fur mart with my Uncle Nibbles. It was expensive, but worth every penny. Still half asleep, I stared down at the fluffy carpet. Then I picked up the phone. Hello? Stilton speaking. Geronimo Stilton, I mumbled. A strangely familiar voice shrieked back at me.
Wake up!
It cried.
Wake up!
My ears were ringing like church bells at Christmas time. Who? What? Who is it? I stammered. But the mad shrieker had already hung up. I glanced at the alarm clock. Rancid rat hairs! It was 6 o'clock in the morning. I dove back under my covers and continued snoring. I woke up again at 8 o'clock. I called a taxi to take me to the office. I arrived at 9 o'clock sharp. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention that I run a newspaper. It is called the Rodents Gazette. It is the most popular newspaper on Mouse Island. I'd like to say the paper's a success just because of me, but I have lots of help. Still, I'm the big cheese at the office. As I was saying, I got to work at 9 o'clock sharp. I opened the door to my office wide and found myself snout to snout with my grandfather, William Shortpaws, also known as Cheap Mouse Willie. Grandfather William is a tough-talking mouse. Everyone at the office is afraid of him. That's because he is the founder of the Rodents Gazette. My wallet bleeds. Paul's walk-in freezer overnight. I was shaking so hard from the cold I was seeing double. By the time they found me, I looked like a furry fudge pop. Miss Skinnyfur's voice interrupted my thoughts. Passengers are kindly requested to hold their passports between their teeth, she instructed. This way, your fur will be easily identified in case we crash. I gripped my wicker chair tightly. Maybe if I tried humming a tune, I would feel better, I decided. Yes, a happy little jingle might do the trick. But before I could think of one, the mouse behind me beat me to it. Only he wasn't humming a happy tune. He was humming a song that made grown mice cry. It was called Goodbye, Sweet Cheese, Goodbye. I turned around. I was snout to snout with a very odd-looking mouse. He wore a black wig and was dressed all in purple from his tail to his whiskers. His mustache drooped sadly over his snout. He wore a very unusual watch on his paw. It had a picture of an open coffin with a smiling mouse lying inside. He was reading a book with a dusty cover. It was called A Rodent's Guide to the World's Most Beautiful Cemeteries. I gulped. I wouldn't want to run into this mouse in a dark alley. He was creepier than a ghost cat on Halloween. Allow me to introduce myself, the sad mouse said in a gloomy tone. My name is Daniel E. Deadfur. I am an undertaker. I nodded. Now I knew why old Deadfur was so depressed. He spent his days staring at stiffs. With a heavy sigh, the unhappy mouse stared out the window. Looks like we might crash, he predicted. Oh, well, I guess you win some, you lose some. My whiskers stood on end. Holy cheese, I croaked. The undertaker blinked. You sound surprised, he said, startled. You must know air travel is very, very, very dangerous. Plus, we're sitting right on top of the wing. Did you know the wing is the most dangerous place to be when a plane goes down? By now I felt faint. I tried taking deep breaths, but my lungs didn't seem to be working. Spots swam before my eyes. No, I screamed. I'm too young to go. I haven't climbed Mount Everest yet. I haven't trekked through the great mousewood forest. And besides, I still have a whole unopened package of cheddar cheese bars at home in my fridge. Too bad no one heard me. I was so scared I had completely lost my squeak. Frozen with fear. squeezed my eyes shut. Then, suddenly, I heard a noise. Maybe it was the engines had started up again. With a jolt, we finally reached Cairo Airport. Wobbling, I headed for the exit. Crunchy cheese chunks. What a nightmare, I squeaked. I'm surprised I didn't die of fright. Daniel E. Deadfirst scampered after me. If you think you're about to go, just give me a call, he said. He handed me his card. I shook my head and bolted out the door. Oh, what a day. Professor Allred Spitfire. In the airport, I read Grandfather Williams' instructions again. I had to interview Professor Allred Spitfire. He had invented a new way to create energy. I wondered what it could be. I loved hearing about scientific discoveries. Then I could write about them in my paper. I was getting into a taxi when my cell phone rang. Hello, this is Stilton. Geronimo Stilton, I answered. Grandfather's voice blew out my eardrum.
Rotten rats, Jake.
He shrieked.
Did you not hear one word I said, grandson? Am I talking just to hear my own voice? Doesn't anyone listen anymore? If a tree fell in a forest and no one was around, would it make a sound?
I stared at the phone. I had no idea what my grandfather was babbling about.
You're on a budget.
He squeaked at last.
Forget the taxi, grandson. Hire a camel. Don't forget to ask for a discount.
I haggled with a camel driver. Then I climbed in between the camel's humps. One thing you should know about riding a camel, it's just like being on a boat. I was soon seasick. Yes, I, Geronimo Stilton, got seasick on dry land. Oh, what a day. I reached the laboratory an hour later. By that time, I looked like a tired lump of moldy green cheese. The lab was a concrete building sitting in the middle of the desert. I lurched up the steps and rang the doorbell. And that's when it hit me. The most horrible smell you could ever imagine. I held my breath. It was unbearable. By the time the door opened, I was turning blue. A funny-looking rodent with red fur and thick glasses peered out at me. He wore a white lab coat and had a clothespin on his nose. "Hey there, I'm Professor Allred Spitfire," he squeaked warmly. He had to keep gasping for air because of the clothespin. "You must be Geronimo Stilton. I received a phone call from your grandfather, William Shortpaws, also known as Cheap Mouse Willie. He must be some mouse." "Yes, I am Geronimo Stilton. And you're right, my grandfather is some mouse," I gasped. Some crazy black open fury mouse, I added. The professor pulled a clothespin out of his pocket. "You might want to wear this," he advised. "Now, come along. I'll show you around the laboratory." I realized the stench was getting stronger and stronger. I quickly stuck the clothespin in my nose. Professor Spitfire led me into the stable. It was where they bred hundreds of camels. You wouldn't believe the stink. Professor Spitfire began to explain about his incredible discovery. "You do know about the formula for supersonic, supersensitive, super magnetic force, don't you?" he asked. As he spoke, I had to keep hopping back and forth. It turns out the professor wore dentures. Every time he opened his mouth, streams of rat spit shot out at me. I know I needed a shower after my flight, but this was ridiculous. Oh, what a day. Oh, what a day. Inside the stable, the camels looked harmless enough. They stood peacefully together, making strange gurgling sounds. I pulled out my notebook and began taking notes. Meek, mild creatures. Sound like they are blowing bubbles underwater. I approached one to get a closer look. "Be careful," the professor quickly warned me. "Never look a camel straight in the eye. They love to spit, and they're wonderful shots." I immediately jumped back, but it was too late. The camel whipped his snout around toward me and spit. He hit me right in the eye. "Yuck!" I groaned, wiping my eye with my paw. It was bad enough I had to dodge the professor's spit. Now I had to worry about the camel spit, too. "See? I told ya, splattered the professor, shaking his head. I decided to stay away from the camel's snout. I snuck behind the second camel. This one didn't spit on me. Instead, he kicked me right in the tail. Ouch! Crying out in pain, I took a step backward. The Eye of Ra. My ears perked up. Cheops was one of the great pharaohs of Egypt. The pyramid that Cheops was buried inside was the biggest one ever built. Now I was getting really excited, mostly because I was going to learn more about an amazing pyramid, but also because a breeze had started blowing. The professor and I were able to take off our clothespins. I rubbed my nose, then continued scribbling in the notebook. I'm really an Egyptologist, the professor explained. That means I'm an expert in Egyptian culture. Anyway, one day I was inside the Cheops pyramid studying some hieroglyphs when I got my idea. The ancient writings show pictures of lots of camels and a sun. It was the Eye of Ra. I started thinking about camels and the sun. An idea started buzzing in my head. Maybe the two could work together to make anything. The professor showed me an old piece of paper covered with painted symbols. There were flowers, boats, crocodiles, owls, even cats. These are hieroglyphs, he said. Then he scratched his forehead. Say, I have an idea. Would you like to visit Cheops' pyramids, Stilton? He asked. My eyes opened wide. With mouth boss a cheesecake on his birthday? I sure would, I squeaked. The secret of the pyramids. We mounted 2 camels standing outside the lab and galloped off. The sun was setting over the desert sand, painting the dunes pink. I pulled out my camera. Somehow I managed to take a few great shots without falling off the camera. Click, click, click. Oh, what a day. After a wild ride, we finally spotted Cheops's pyramid. The professor jumped off his camel and parked it like a pro. I slid off mine and crumpled to the ground. My snout was green from the crazy walk. Holy jeez, I murmured. My camel gave me a look and said, "You are one sorry, sorry mouse." I wasn't sure why we had stopped, but I quickly found out. It seemed the professor had a little history lesson in store for me. He began to recite. The pyramids were funerary monuments dedicated to the pharaohs, like Cheops, Chephren, and Mycerinus. The pyramids have a square base. Inside, there are 1 or more burial chambers connected by secret corridors and passages. After his death, the pharaoh's body would be emptied of its internal organs. It was then treated with a special substance called mum to preserve it. Finally, it was wrapped in linen bandages and placed in a sarcophagus, a big stone coffin. The pharaoh's mummy was sealed inside the sarcophagus. Then, all of the pharaoh's riches were placed around it. That's because the Egyptians believed that after death, the soul went on a journey to the afterlife, taking all its treasures with it. Robbers have been digging through the pyramids for centuries, looking for the riches left inside the pharaoh's sarcophagus. The pyramids are still a great mystery to this day. They were built thanks to the labor of thousands of workers, most of them were peasants. The peasants built these huge monuments to honor their pharaoh. Cheops's pyramid is the biggest stone structure ever built. How were the Egyptian workers able to lift such incredibly heavy blocks? No one knows for sure. Perhaps the workers transported the blocks using wooden rollers to slide them along. Professor Spitford coughed. Then he added in a low voice, "According to some theories, the Egyptians lifted the blocks by the use of telepathy or the power of thought. And he said they built the pyramids to honor aliens from some faraway galaxy." I glanced up at the sky. I hoped the aliens didn't decide to pay us a visit. I had enough trouble trying to handle him. Forget extraterrestrials. Oh, what a day. The Pharaoh's Curse. The professor pointed toward a tunnel on one side of the pyramid. "We're going this way," he said. "Don't forget the camera. This place is a sight to make you squeak." I gripped my camera and followed the professor's crawl steps. The ceiling was so low my ears brushed the ceiling. I shuddered. I hate being in small, tight spaces. Oh well, there's no time to think about it now. The professor was spewing out information like a walking encyclopedia sales mouse. "Isn't it," he began in a mysterious tone, "that whoever desecrates a pharaoh's tomb falls victim to a terrible curse? For example, in 1922, 2 English mice discovered Tutankhamun's tomb in the Valley of the Kings. Inside, they found priceless treasures, the pharaoh's magnificent mask, his mummy, a solid gold sarcophagus, and also many statues, jewels, and precious stones. 26 mice witnessed the discovery. Many of them died in a mysterious way in the following years. That was how the legend of the curse was born." A shiver ran through my frame. All this talk about curses and death was giving me the creeps. I started taking pictures, even though my paws were shaking. Meanwhile, the professor let out a low chuckle. "By the way, Shelton, did you know I too discovered a tomb a month ago?" he said. "But nothing has happened to me. I'm still kicking up the old paws. I don't give a whisker about all these legends. It's just total nonsense. At that precise moment, something horrible happened. The professor tripped on a stone and smashed his snout on the ground. His flashlight went out. The room was totally dark. A dreadful silence followed. Professor? Professor? I cried. But there was no answer. I took a couple of tall steps forward. Big mistake. I tripped and hit the ground with a thud. I looked around. It was dark. Pitch black dark. I couldn't even see my own whiskers next to my nose. How would I be able to find the exit? Holy cheese! I was hopelessly lost. Bastet. Invention? What invention? Suddenly, I saw the professor lying on the ground. He wasn't moving. Professor, are you all right? I cried. The professor still didn't move. Something else was moving right next to him. It slithered along the floor, hissing. I shivered. It was a snake. Could this be the Pharaoh's curse? The Spit for being punished because he had discovered that tomb last month? Of course not, I told myself. Those were just silly old legends. I took a deep breath and grabbed the professor. In a flash, the snake flicked out its forked tongue. Poisonous cheese puffs. It was getting ready to strike. Just then, I remembered something I had read in a book about snakes. I quickly stamped my paw on the ground. It worked. The snake was frightened by the vibrations, and it took off. My cousin Trap always makes fun of me for being a brainy mouse, but as you can see, it pays to be well read. With a groan, I dragged the professor all the way back to the entrance of the tunnel. I felt like I was pulling a 10-pound block of cheddar. He was one heavy rat. At last, my snout peeped out of the pyramid. A few minutes later, Professor Spitfire opened his eyes. Professor, how do you feel? I cried. The professor rubbed his snout. I'm fine, he mumbled. But who are you? blinked. Don't you recognize me, Professor? I'm Stilton. Geronimo Stilton, I stammered. He shook his head, scratching his red whiskers. I've never seen your snout before. You don't remember taking me to see Cheops's pyramid? I asked. You were going to explain to me how your extraordinary invention was born. He gaped. What? Invention? He repeated. What invention? The invention of the thingy. I mean, of the camel dung, I squeaked. Professor Spitford just stared at me. Dung? Camel? He murmured. My dear young mouse, are you sure you're feeling all right? You didn't by any chance bash your head, did you? He waved his paw in front of my eyes. How many paws do you see? He asked. Professor, I shrieked. You're the one who bumped his head. Maybe, but I don't remember a thing, he sighed. I pulled at my fur. Oh, a rotten rat mark. Does this mean you don't remember the secret ingredient? The one that you added to the camel dung to make energy? I stared into his eyes. He stared back. For a minute he seemed like he might remember me. Then he opened his mouth to squeak. What ingredient? What dung? What camel? What energy? A floating piece of dynamite. It had been a terrible day. I had come to Egypt to get a scoop, and I was going home empty-pawed. I looked at my watch. Holy cheese, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun was rising on the horizon. What an amazing sight. Now I understood why the Egyptians worshipped the sun. They gave it several names. Ra, Atum, Amun. They even built obelisks to honor the sun. I took several pictures. Then I packed my things. It was time to head back home to New Mouse City. I said goodbye to the professor, who unfortunately could not remember anything about his invention. Oh well, it wasn't every day a mouse got to see a real Egyptian pyramid, I told myself. I climbed onto my camel and galloped to the airport. Just as I was pulling up to the plane, my cell phone rang. It was Grandfather William.
Grandson,
He squeaked.
you're not thinking of flying back, are you? You're bleeding me dry. Have you forgotten why to do lesson and saving money already? You'll come back by boat.
I groaned. I wasn't really in the mood for a long boat ride, but Grandfather had his mind made up.
Go to the harbor,
He barked.
I've already booked your return ticket.
I galloped all the way to the harbor, where I discovered that Grandfather had bought me a ticket on a cargo ship. It was called the Dynamiter. I climbed on board. For some reason, I had a funny feeling about that ship. I soon found out why. It was packed with deadly explosives. One wrong move, and we'd be fried mice. It was a horrible journey. No luxury cruise for this mouse, that's for sure. I was stuck on a rickety old ship with sticks of dynamite as bunkmates. Yes, once again, Grandfather William had cut costs to the tailbone. The captain of the ship was a rodent named Squeaky Kaboom, but everyone called him Boom for short. He was a gray-furred mouse with a long scar on his snout and drooping whiskers. Boom loved to tell awful jokes. His great booming laugh could be heard day and night. Whenever he saw me, he would slap me on the shoulder and squeak,
Be careful with matches, Stilton. We're a floating piece of dynamite here.
Hey, why are you so pale?
Ha 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 ha!
I could hardly believe I was stuck on this rat trap of a ship for 1 whole month. Why, oh why, had I wanted to go to Egypt? It was bad enough that I never got the story from Professor Spitford. But now, to top it off, I was seasick. You see, I'm really not a sea mouse. I'm a land mouse at heart. I spent most of the journey home curled up in my bunk, shivering. Even my whiskers felt nauseous. I could not wait to get back home to New Mouse City. Psst, psst. Hey, Stilton. At last, we reached New Mouse City's harbor. I jumped off the boat and raced straight to the Rodents Gazette. I couldn't wait to see how things were going at the office. I was on my way up the stairs when I heard someone whisper, "Psst, Stilton, over here." I turned the corner and bumped right into Schiff T. Paws. Schiff is the sales manager of the Rodents Gazette. I don't know how the paper would run without him. That mouse was one of a kind. He could sell papers to a rabid tomcat. "Schiff," I squeaked, "it's so great to see you. I'm sorry Grandfather William fired you." Schiff just smirked and stroked his whiskers. His beady eyes shone behind metal-rimmed glasses. "Don't worry, Mr. Stilton," he cried. "As it turns out, I was the only one to be rehired. Blue cheese shakes and triple cheddar burgers." I was shocked. Grandfather William never changed his mind. It was stuck on one track like the train at Little Whisper's fun park. Was he turning over a new leaf? Was he finally changing his cheap rat ways? Was I about to sprout wings and fly all over Mouse Island? I shook my head. No chance. Schiff T must have some slick trick on his paws. I was right. It seemed that the sales mouse had agreed to work for free. Of course Grandfather William agreed. After all, free was one of his favorite words. "But don't worry, Mr. Stilton," Schiff added. "I have a fabulous plan." I took Schiff up on his offer to talk about the plan over lunch. We headed off to the rat burger. We ordered 2 blue cheese shakes and 2 triple cheddar burgers. Then Schiff leaned in close and explained his plan to get back the Rodents Gazette. It was a good one. We left the rat burger 2 hours later. Schiff T slapped me a high five. "Ready, Mr. Stilton?" he asked. "Ready, Schiff," I squeaked with a grin. Yes, we were ready, all right. We had cheese in our bellies and a plan to send Grandfather packing. We were ready for anything. Friends together, mice forever. We scampered back to the Rodents Gazette. Then we snuck in through the back door. Quiet as mice. The office was quiet too. No one was tapping on the computer. No one was squeaking on the phone. No one was using the fax machine. It was spooky. The Rodents Gazette was slowly closing down. "This place is emptier than my Auntie Slim Rat's refrigerator," whispered Shifty. We crept into the editorial room. A mouse sat in the corner. It was my sister, Thea. "Psst, Thea," I whispered. "Geronimo," she squeaked. "I'm so happy to see you." I motioned for her to keep quiet. I didn't want Grandfather William to hear us. Thea slipped under the desk. Shifty and I followed. "I can't stand it any longer," Thea complained. "Grandfather's ideas are so old-fashioned. He's completely behind the times. We have to do something." "Shifty Paws has a plan," I explained. Suddenly, another rodent snout peeped under the desk. "What's shaking, Cousinkins?" a voice called. It was my cousin Trap. He thumped me on the back, hard. I tried to remember what I had told myself on the plane. Be nice to your cousin. He's a relative, after all. I took a deep breath. My cousin rolled his eyes. "Holy cheese! He's worse than the warden at Ratcatraz prison," he groaned. "He won't even let us take Saturday or Sunday off. Count me in." Just then another snout peeped under the desk. "Uncle Geronimo, you're back!" my nephew cried. He threw his paws around my neck. "I missed you so much, Uncle," Benjamin squeaked. "I mean, I didn't mind being great-grandfather's assistant, but he can be a little bit pushy. I'm so glad you're back." I grinned. It looked like Operation Rodent Freedom was on. To seal the deal, we twisted our tails together and squeaked, "Friends together, mice forever."
Alright, I'll take 10 chicken nuggets, a large fry, and do you guys have orange high C?
We do have one type.
Okay, I'll take a large high C.
Any different stuff?
Nope.
Would I complete your order?
Yep, that's it.
1064 new local 31 down. Hello, 1054.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Alright. Almost spilled it there.
I know, there's triplets though.
Yeah. Thank you.
He declared, "It's time to put our plan into action." Who's paying? We crowded around the crocodile tears and salamander slime. News of Grandfather's big trip traveled fast. Soon, all of my co-workers were back behind their desks. They were happy.
Scholastic Audio presents Geronimo Stilton, The Secret of Cacklefur Castle by Geronimo Stilton. Read for you by Bill Lobley. On a cheesy autumn afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Stilton, Geronimo Stilton. I run the Rodents Gazette, the most famous newspaper on Mouse Island. My office is in 17 Swiss Cheese Center. That is what it was when this terrifying tale began. It was a beautiful autumn afternoon at the end of October. What a lovely, peaceful day, I said out loud. I spoke too soon. All of a sudden, the walls started to shake. Vroom! A loud, roaring sound filled my office. My desk began to tremble. The pencil cup that my Aunt Sweetfur gave me for my birthday tumbled to the floor. Holy cheese! I cried. Vroom! The roaring got louder. Then, a mouse on a motorcycle rode through my door. It was my sister Thea, of course. Thea, I squeaked. How many times do I have to tell you not to ride your motorcycle into my office?
I'm worried about you, Geronimo.
Thea said.
You have not written a new book in a long time. What's wrong?
Thea is a special correspondent for the Rodents Gazette. Still, I did not appreciate her sticking her snout into my business. I pointed to the pile of papers on my desk. I am too busy to write, I said. There is lots of other work to do around here. Thea frowned.
This is not like you, Geronimo. You always had time to write before.
She scolded. Then she peeled out of the office, her tires squealing. I sighed and sat down at my desk. What could I do? I had to do my paperwork. My tail had just hit the chair when the door flew open a second time. This time, my cousin Trap burst in. He held a triple-decker cheese sandwich in one paw. Geronimo, you have become lazier than a mouse with an automatic cheese slicer. You must write something new, he yelled. I need to be inspired before I can write, I huffed. I can't just pluck an idea out of my whiskers. The door flew open a third time. Pinky Pick, my very young assistant editor, bounded in.
Hey, boss,
She said cheerfully.
I am organizing a party for your next book. It's gonna be fabulous.
My tail twitched. I was starting to get annoyed. But I haven't even written it yet, I squeaked. The door flew open a fourth time. It was my favorite nephew, Benjamin, on his way home from school.
Hello, Uncle.
He said.
My friends are all asking when your next book is coming out.
I felt embarrassed. I hated to disappoint Benjamin. He gazed up at me with his sweet round eyes. It will be out soon, Benjamin, I said. I promise. Trap, Pinky, and Benjamin left me to my work. I finished the stack of papers on my desk, but I could not stop thinking about what everyone had said. What would my next book be about? The beautiful autumn afternoon turned into a beautiful, crisp evening. I looked outside my window and gazed out over New Mouse City. A cold wind blew up and lifted the cheddar-colored leaves off the ground. I watched them float and swirl in the night air. I needed an idea, but I didn't have any. I had to think. I sat down at my desk. A few hours later, I was still thinking. I had no ideas. Nothing. My mind was as dry as a stale slice of cheese. Feeling helpless, I started to sob. It is no use, I moaned. My writing days are over. A mysterious phone call. The phone rang, drowning out my sobs. Ring, ring, ring. I wiped the tears off my whiskers. Then I picked up the phone. "Hello," I said sadly. "Stilton speaking. Geronimo Stilton." "Is that you, my little cheese nip?" a sickly sweet voice asked. My fur stood on end. I knew that voice. It was Creepella von Cacklefur. I first met Creepella last October. She is not like other mice. She has shiny black fur. Her eyes are as green as poisonous snakes. She wears a long purple gown and matching purple toenail polish. Creepella's father, Boris, lives in a funeral parlor at 33 Dark Grave Drive. Creepella lives in a crypt in the cemetery. Her backstory is filled with cobwebs and dead flowers. It's pretty spooky, but it's the scariest part of all. Creepella wants me to be her boyfriend. "Hello, Creepella," I said nervously. "I need you, Geronimo," Creepella said. "My grandfather, Professor Frankenstein, has died. His will is being read tomorrow night. I need to leave for Cacklefur Castle right away. It's in the Valley of the Vain Vampires. I need you to come with me, my little bad thing." Cacklefur Castle? The Valley of the Vain Vampires? Is that spooky? But Creepella was not finished yet. "It will be wonderful, Geronimo," she said. "I'll introduce you to my family." Her family? I had already met her father, and he was creepy enough. I really did not want to meet any more Cacklefurs. "I'm sorry, Creepella," I said quickly. "I can't go with you. I am busy, working on my next book." "Really?" Creepella asked. She sounded suspicious. "What is it about?" I didn't know what to say. It's a secret," I lied. Creepella didn't buy it. "Your book can wait, my little toadstool. I will be at your office with my hers faster than a spider can spin a web. So get ready." Then she hung up. Creepella von Cacklefur. Who is she? She is a special effects designer for scary villains and haunted houses. Her father is Boris von Cacklefur. Creepella is an enchanting and mysterious mouse. At that, white wing. Her secret. She has a crush on Geronimo Stilton. Boris von Cacklefur. Who is he? He runs Abumouse Funerals, a funeral home at 33 Dark Grave Drive. His hobbies include writing romantic poetry and painting graveyard scenes. His secret, he is in love with Tina Spicytail, Geronimo's grandfather's cook. I had to do something. My whiskers were quivering with fright. I did not want to see Creepella. I did not want to ride in a hearse. I did not want to go to Cacklefur Castle. I did not want to meet Creepella's family. I quickly thought of a plan. I put on a pair of dark glasses, a hat, and a raincoat. Then I scurried to the back door, opened it, and someone tripped me. I fell right on my snout. I looked up into Creepella's green eyes. I know you so well, my little pumpkin, she said, smiling. I knew you would put on a disguise and try to escape out the back. Creepella picked me up and shoved me into her hearse. Help! I shrieked. I'm being mouse-napped! I was in trouble. Big trouble. Creepella slid into the driver's seat. How do you like my horse? She asked. Of course, it doesn't normally carry liver mice, but I'm sure you'll be comfortable. Putrid cheese puffs! Get me out of here! I screamed. Creepella just smiled. You can't escape, Geronimo, she said. You might as well get comfortable. How could I be comfortable in a hearse? With Creepella? Let me out! I yelled. Creepella winked at me. You are going to love Cacklefur Castle, my little ghosty woasty. Then she began to sing a little tune. We are going to Cacklefur Castle. It's creaky and dreary and grey. We're going to Cacklefur Castle, and forever and ever we'll stay. I sighed and put on my seatbelt. There was no escape. Only one thought comforted me. If I ever did get home, I would definitely have something to write about. The Valley of the Vain Vampires. We drove all through the night. By the time dawn came, we had reached a gloomy valley. Thick trees with twisted branches grew all around. I looked away from the trees into the valley. The mountainside was shaped like a giant skull. A creepy castle with lots of towers sat on top of it. It looked so spooky, I knew it had to be Cacklefur Castle. The Valley of the Vain Vampires. 1. Shrieking Peak. 2. Screaming Peak. 3. Scaredy Cat Mountain. 4. Mangy Mouse Mountain. 5. Cacklefur Castle. 6. Rancid Rat River. 7. Nightmare Woods. 8. Sleazy Snot Stream. 9. Toadspit Brook. 10. Putrid Pond. 11. Ghouls Gully. 12. Dangerous Dale. A muddy moat surrounded the castle. Creepella stopped the car in front of a drawbridge blocked by a gate. The gate was marked with a carved wooden sign. Cacklefur Castle. Creepella leaned out of the car and rang a bell on the gate. I nearly jumped out of my fur. What was that? I want to go home, I squeaked. Creepella laughed. Come down, my little cheesecake. It's only the doorbell. Someone inside the castle lowered the drawbridge. As we drove across the moat, I thought I saw 2 eyes gleaming from the depths of the murky water. But it must have been my imagination. Right? Welcome to Cacklefur Castle. Welcome to Cacklefur Castle! Creepella shrieked. She parked the car and we walked up to the front door. I could make out a plant next to the doorway. A big plant. It had a thorny stem. It had spiky leaves. When I looked closer, I saw the plant had white, sharp, shiny teeth. Rat-munching rattlesnakes! I cried. The plant leaned over and sniffed me. Then it bit off one of my buttons. Geronimo, meet chompers. Our watch plant, Creepella said. The Cacklefur Watch Plant. Who is she? Her scientific name is Horrifica dentibula. Her nickname is Chompers. She has very sharp teeth at the end of her flower. Second, she owns a collection of toothbrushes that she guards ferociously. I quickly turned on my cell phone. I'm just going to call my sister, I said casually. I want to tell her I've been mouse-napped. I mean, that I'll be away for a while. Creepella's green eyes flashed. She snatched the phone away. No phone calls, she snapped. They are forbidden here. She threw my cell phone to the plant. Here, Chompers, she said. A little snap for you. The plant gulped down my phone in one mouthful. I began to lose hope. I was going to be trapped in Cacklefur Castle forever. Creepella stepped up to the door. I followed her. I set my paw on the doormat, and it cried out, "Ouch!" I jumped back. What kind of a place was this? Creepella opened the door. We stepped into an enormous hall with marble floors, tall windows letting in the morning sunlight. Paintings of the Cacklefur family's ancestors lined the walls. The Cacklefur Ancestors. 1. Abracadabra von Cacklefur, a medieval magician famous for his love potions. 2. Swashbuckler von Cacklefur, a knight who fought against that mythical monster, the three-headed cat. 3. Cruella von Cacklefur, a charming rat. Many a rodent lost his head over Cruella. Really, she had them all beheaded. Creepella turned her snout to mine. It's so good to be home, she said with a sigh. How about a kiss, my little zombie wombie? I took a step back. A cold breeze blew through the windows. The curtains whirled in the air like ghosts. Creepella turned to the window. This room has a lovely view of the graveyard. Isn't it romantic? I want to go home, I wailed. Then I heard a loud cough. I turned around. A gray rat stood there. He held a candelabra in his paw. He was tall and thin, with a pointy snout and whiskers that were waxed and curled. What a curious-looking rodent. I can't believe my ears. This is Boneham, our butler, Creepella said. How are you today, Boneham? The thin rat bowed. Very bad, thank you, Miss von Cacklefur. Then he looked up and saw me. Good heavens, we have a guest, he said, shocked. This is Geronimo Stilton, Creepella declared. We are going to be married. I almost fainted. Well, that's not, I stammered. I mean, Creepella and I will see you later, my little monster pie, Creepella said. She turned to the butler. Take care of him for me, please. I will do my worst, Miss Creepella, the butler said. Inside Cacklefur Castle. 1. Muddy moat where the thing lives. 2. Drawbridge. 3. Front door. 4. Chompers. 5. Front hall. 6. Drawing room. 7. Library. 8. Hall mummies. 9. Dining hall. 10. Safe. 11. Watchtower. 12. Weapons room. 13. Inner courtyard. 14. Greenhouse. 15. Castle grounds. 16. Crocodile pool. Rum tank. 17. Bedrooms. 18. Guest bedroom. 19. Kitchen and pantry. Boneham led me down a very long, very narrow, and very dark hallway. He pointed out rooms in the castle as we walked. Over there is the greenhouse, he explained. That is where we grow the flesh-eating strawberries, my pride and joy. And at the end of this hall, you'll find the library, the gym, the crocodile pool, and the piranha tank. Couldn't believe my ears. What kind of a house has a crocodile pool? And these stairs lead to the castle dungeons, Boneham continued. My stomach rumbled. I had not eaten for hours and hours. Where is the kitchen? I asked. The butler pointed to a door. In there, but please make sure you call it kitchen with a capital K. Its feelings get hurt if you don't. Then, the butler coughed. Mr. Stilton, he began, I have heard you are a publisher. I am working on a masterpiece. It's entitled The Adventures of the Cattlefall Family. So far, I have written 365 volumes. Would you mind taking a look at it? I gave him a card. Give me a call when you are finished writing, I told him. Boneham. Who is he? Boneham has been the Cattlefall family butler for ages. He is very devoted to the Cattlefalls and calls them the family. He is a snob, from the tip of his tail to the tips of his curled whiskers. His secret, his socks stink. Here lies the guest. Boneham stopped in front of a purple door engraved with a skull. A brass plaque on the door read, Guest Room. Boneham opened the door, and I peeked inside. It was a strange-looking room. Thick purple velvet covered the walls. It reminded me of the inside of a pricey coffin. Creepy. The dresser was shiny and black. The silver handles looked like coffin handles. A large bed with 4 posts sat in the center of the room. Bats and spiders were carved into the posts. Over the bed hung a sign. Here lies the guest. I gulped and stepped inside. How was I supposed to get any sleep in this chamber of horrors? I shivered at the thought. Boneham cleared his throat. We could certainly use a fire on this chilly autumn day. I turned toward the fireplace. There was no fire. The butler spoke again, more loudly this time. I said we could certainly use a fire. Once again, I was confused. Who was Boneham talking to? Finally, Boneham began to yell. We need a F-I-R-E! A fire! It is cold enough to freeze your whiskers in here! Suddenly, A crackling fire began to burn in the fireplace. I stepped back, shocked. What had happened? Was this some kind of magic? I'm sorry, sir, Boneham said. The fireplace is a bit deaf. It is more than 300 years old, you see. I took another step back and found myself standing next to a tall mirror. At least I thought it was a mirror. I could not see my reflection in it. Is something wrong with the mirror? I asked. Oh, the mirror has probably just gone somewhere to take a nap, Boneham answered. It's very lazy, sir. So sorry. A deaf fireplace? A lazy mirror? What kind of a place was this? Boneham walked toward the door. One more thing, sir, he said. Be careful of the carpet. It's a real popular. And if you need anything, just yell. The butler went and closed the door. I looked down at the carpet, curious. Without warning, it pulled out from under me. Splat! I fell flat on my snout. Then, the carpet rolled up with me inside it. Boneham opened the door. I told you, sir, the carpet is a real four-puller. Then, he shut the door behind him. I could not take it anymore. I was hungry, I was tired, and now I was rolled up in a paw-pulling carpet. I want to go home, I wailed. Earthworm liver and leech lard. I unrolled myself from the carpet. There was no way I could sleep in this awful room. I decided to search for something to eat instead. I was so hungry, I would have given my left paw for a cheese sandwich. As I walked down the hallway, a delicious smell wafted toward me. My whiskers twitched. Sniff, sniff. It smelled like stew. I followed my snout until I found the kitchen. It was an enormous room with a brick ceiling and stone floor. Chef Stew Rat. Who is he? The Cackle-fur family cook. He loves the opera. He is always trailed by a cloud of gnats. That's probably because he hasn't watched since Christmas. Exactly which Christmas, nobody knows. His secret. He dreams of selling his stew around the world. And he is in love with Madame Toon. I saw a rat stirring a pot over the stove. If I were being polite, I might describe him as a heavy rat with a stained apron and waxed whiskers. But I was tired and hungry, and not feeling very polite. And so, I'll tell you that he was a very fat sewer rat with a filthy, smelly apron and greasy whiskers. Not at all the kind of a rat a mouse of refined taste likes to see in a kitchen. The cook was humming a tune while he stirred the pot. Open your snout, come and pig out. My stew is a treat, the best thing you'll eat. Eat and eat until you're fat, and you will be a happy rat. The cook saw me and beckoned me closer. Oh, I could see a cloud of tiny bugs flying around his head. He held out a spoon. Do me a favor and taste this, he said. I was so hungry I slurped the stew right from the spoon. Very good, I said, licking my whiskers. In fact, it's excellent. The cook grinned. Nobody makes stew like mine. It's the best around. He grabbed a bowl and filled it to the brim for me. I grabbed it eagerly. Maybe this trip wasn't so bad after all. The delicious stew made up for all of the horrible things I have found so far. The stew is quite wonderful, I said. Would you mind telling me what's in it?
Of course not,
The cook said, beaming.
let's see. There is earthworm liver, leech lard, black scorpion claws, wasp stingers, bat thighs, first-rate termites, shark fins, piranha teeth, iguana claws, viper venom, snake spleen, plus a little salt and pepper.
My stomach lurched. What? The cook smiled. He grabbed a cockroach crawling across the stove. Then he tossed it into the stew.
How do you think my stew got so good?
He asked.
It is because I keep adding surprise ingredients.
I watched in horror as he took off one of his smelly socks and threw it into the stew.
Just a little bit of flavor,
He said.
don't want to overdo it.
He pulled out the sock.
I will tell you a secret.
He whispered.
This stew has been simmering in this pot for the last 500 years. I inherited it from my great-great-great-great-grandfather.
I felt betrayed. I felt sick. I felt dizzy. I want to go home, I wailed. Just then, a loud female voice rang through the kitchen.
Chef Stew Rat!
The cook turned around. His eyes gleamed with excitement.
Madame Latoon!
He cried. Sing for me, my little rare canary. Madame Latoon. Who is she? The housekeeper of the Cabin for a family. She lays the violin and collects the hours. Her hairstyle hides her ferocious whale canary. It's like a werewolf, but it's a canary, and a lot scarier than most. Her secret, she is in love with Professor Frankenstein. A very strange mouse entered the kitchen. She wore an old-fashioned dress trimmed with lace. A bat-shaped necklace hung around her neck. She had a huge pile of white hair on top of her head. When she got closer, I noticed she had a strange odor, like dead flowers. But that was not the only strange thing about Madame Latoon. I swore I heard a growl when she came in. But I couldn't tell where the sound was coming from. Madame Latoon smiled at the cook.
Chef Stew Rat, I need today's menu.
She said.
Of course, Madame Latoon,
Said the cook in a sweet voice.
you do look lovely today. Here is the menu. Grilled stew with toadstools. Stew pie with fried stew sticks. Scrambled stew with stew sauce. Stew ice cream.
Thank you, Chef.
Madame Latoon said. She turned and left the kitchen, and as she walked away, she sang a strange little song.
Sing for me, my dearie. Sing for me, my little rare canary.
As she sang, I saw a little yellow bird pop out of Madame Latoon's hair. The bird looked at me and growled. I shivered. I didn't know what a were canary was, but I was sure it wasn't nice. You're looking so pale, Shiverine. I left the kitchen, rubbing my grumbling belly. Somehow, I had to find a way out of Cacklethorpe Castle. I opened the first door I could find and stepped inside. I found myself in an enormous hall filled with strange-looking rodents. I looked down on my paws. The marble floor was lizard green. I looked up. Candlelight cast ghostly shadows on the walls. I felt a paw on my shoulder and squeaked in surprise. It was Creepella. "Hello, my little zombie womby," she said, stroking my whiskers. "How do you like the castle?" "I want to go home!" I cried. Creepella ignored me. She grabbed my paw and dragged me into the hall. "I'm going to introduce you to the family, Geronimo," she said. "Please don't embarrass me." Before I could reply, a teenage mouse ran up to us. She looked like a smaller version of Creepella. She had the same shiny gray fur, and she seemed very fond of the color purple. She wore a purple shirt and jeans. She carried a bat-shaped purse, and perched on top of her shoulder was a real live chameleon.
Hello, Auntie.
The little mouse said.
How nice to see you.
Creepella hugged her. "Shiverine, you look pale. How lovely."
Thanks.
Answered Shiverine.
I love your dress. It's so mysterious.
Shiverine. Who is she? She is Creepella's favorite niece. She copies Creepella in every way. She has a pet chameleon named Moldy. She dreams of working in the world of fashion. You see, she keeps a diary hidden under her mattress. Creepella pushed me forward. "Shiverine, I'd like you to meet Geronimo Stilton. We are going to be married." "That's not exactly—" I began, but Shiverine interrupted me.
When is the wedding?
She squeaked. "Never!" I screamed. Enough was enough. "Don't listen to Geronimo," Creepella said, taking her niece's arm. "He's just a little tired from our trip. Now tell me, do you have a mouse friend yet?" The two mice walked away, chattering. I looked around the hall, hoping to find a friendly face, or a way to escape. I saw something that might help. An old-fashioned phone plug on the wall. I crept over to it as quiet as a mouse, and quickly dialed my sister Thea. "Hello, Thea," I whispered. "It's me, Geronimo. I've been mouse-napped." Suddenly, the phone began to scream.
Put down the phone, Shutterface. No phone calls allowed. No phone calls allowed.
Creepella ran over and hung up the phone. "Well done, telephone," she told the phone. "Geronimo was being very naughty. Very naughty indeed. I want to go home," I wailed. The mice in the hall all looked at me. "That Geronimo Stilton was a strange mouse," they whispered. Snip and Snap, the spooky twins. Snip and Snap. Who are they? These twins are very smart and very good with computers. They are exactly alike, perfectly mean, and truly annoying. Their secret, they own a collection of tricks that they use to scare guests staying at Copperfur Castle. Boneham walked into the hall carrying a gong. He put earplugs in his ears. Then he struck the gong with a mallet. The loud sound rang through the hall. Gong! I held my ears and followed everyone into the dining hall. Chef Stewrat was wheeling in a tray with the stew pot. "Stew is ready!" he cried. "Come and get it!" My stomach lurched at the thought of more stew. As everyone scrambled for a seat at the long dining table, I saw my chance. I quickly ducked under the table. Unfortunately, I wasn't alone. I found myself staring at two young mice who looked exactly alike. At first, they did not look like the other caterpillars. They both had very neat hair and very normal-looking clothes. But they each had a wicked gleam in their eyes. I suddenly heard Crepella shout, "I just looked out the window! Who painted flowers on my hearse? If I catch him, I'll tear his whiskers out, one by one!"
It must have been Snip and Snap,
said Madame Platoon. Beside me, the twin mice began to giggle. Kafka, the faithful cockroach. Before I could question the voice, I felt something lick my ankle. Then I heard a bark. Arf! Kafka has sniffed out something! Shrieked Crepella. I turned around and looked at my ankle. A huge cockroach sat there. It was sitting on its hind legs and barking like a dog.
Arf, arf, arf. Quiet!
I hissed. But it was too late. Madame Latoon lifted the tablecloth.
Come on out, you little scoundrels!
She commanded. Snip and Snap crawled out from under the table. I had no choice but to follow them. Crepella shrieked. My house used to be so gloomy, and now it looks cheerful,
He did it!
said Snip, pointing to Snap.
He did it!
Said Snap, pointing to Snip. The boys looked at each other. Then they pointed at me.
No, he did it!
They squeaked. I did not, I protested. Crepella batted her green eyes. Naughty boy, Geronimo. You must give me a kiss, and I'll forgive you. Before I could protest, she puckered up her snout and kissed me. Kafka, the cockroach. Who is he? The much-loved pet cockroach of the Cattle-Fur family. His cockroach house is in the courtyard, but he loves to sleep in Shiveroon's bed. She takes him for a walk. His secret. He can't get enough cockroach crunchies. The joking ghost. Ooh, the poltergeist. Who is he? The ghost of Cattle-Fur Castle. This young ghost is a poltergeist, which means he likes to play tricks on everyone. His secret, he is afraid of scary movies, but he watches them anyway. Everyone sat down at the table. At the moment my bottom touched the seat, there was a loud, embarrassing noise. Excuse me, I said, turning bright red. I didn't mean... Then I realized what had happened. Someone had put a whoopee cushion on my chair. Who put this here? I shrieked.
It wasn't us this time,
Said Snip and Snap. I didn't believe them, but they were telling the truth. It was Louis, sir, explained Bonehead. He is the castle ghost. He loves to play jokes. He's very playful. Just then, my water glass floated off the table. Then, the water poured onto my lap. Bowie seems to like you a lot, sir, said the butler. I shuddered. What would Bowie do if he didn't like me? Everyone began to eat their stew. I looked into my bowl and frowned. Inside the bubbling goo, I saw one of my own buttons. I saw a yellow canary feather, too. I pushed away the bowl in disgust. Excuse me, Chef, I asked. May I have something else to eat? Salad, maybe? Chef Stu-Rat looked angry.
Are you saying you don't like my stew?
Everyone at the table stared at me. That Geronimo's looking at me like he's a strange mouse. They murmured. The chef sighed.
I can make you a salad if you want. How about some poison ivy with slime dressing? Or sewer algae with moldy mushrooms and some nice pine scum on top?
I turned as pale as a piece of mozzarella. How about some fruit instead?
I'd have just the thing.
Chef Stu-Rat said.
How about a bowl of flesh-eating strawberries? Their teeth are nice and sharp.
I turned even paler. No, thank you, I said weakly.
Well, what will it be?
Asked the chef.
Some snake steak or some nice toxic tiger fish? It's fresh from the moat.
I think I'll just skip supper, I said. My poor stomach growled. Have some toadstool tea, my little batwing, said Bripella. It will make your tummy feel better. The thing has a tummy ache. The thing? What is it? Nobody knows. If they did, it would be called the thing. Nobody has ever seen it, but everyone knows it is enormous. It lives in the moat and eats whatever crosses its path. It's secret. The thing is very shy. That's why nobody's ever seen it. I turned down the toadstool tea and left. I was walking down the hallway when suddenly the castle walls began to shake. Then I heard a strange rumbling sound. My fur stood on end. Putrid cheese puffs, I cried. It's an earthquake! Boneham the butler walked up to me. It was not an earthquake, sir. It is the thing. Boneham led me to the window. He pointed to the green, slimy moat that surrounded the castle. The thing has a tummy ache, he explained. What thing? I squeaked. I leaned out the window for a better look. The moat gurgled and bubbled below. Boneham pulled me back. Be careful, sir. The thing will eat anything it can. Don't get too close to the moat. We've lost many guests that way. Thank you, Boneham, I stammered. I scurried back to the room. My mind was racing faster than a hamster on a wheel. Cacklefur Castle was too much for me. The mouse-eating thing in the moat was the last straw. There had to be some way to escape. I looked at the window. I was afraid of heights, but I was not too far from the ground. Maybe, just maybe, I could. I put my plan into action. I took the sheets off the bed. I tied them together to make one long rope. I tied one end of the rope to the bedpost. Then I dropped the rest out the window. I took a deep breath and began to climb down. Suddenly, the sheets began to swing back and forth. Above me, the window shutters began to rattle. Then the window, yes, the window, began to tease me.
Nya, 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 nya.
The window sang. I gripped the sheets tightly. I did not want to fall. I want to go home, I screamed. Below me, I saw Boneham driving up in a strange car. There was a big net attached to it. Hold on, sir, he called up. The sheets twisted once more. I lost my grip. I fell. Plop! And I landed safely in Boneham's net. The net dropped me on the grass. till the cockroach ran out. He lifted his leg and peed on my pants. Why is this happening to me? I sobbed. I am a good mouse. I don't deserve this. I ran back up to my room and jumped in bed. I pulled the covers over my head. Maybe this was all just a bad dream. But it wasn't. The mattress began to tickle my tail. I jumped out of bed. I decided to take a hot bath instead to calm my nerves. I turned on the water. Then I jumped back. The water was steaming hot. I tried another knob. This time, the water was freezing. Actual ice cubes floated on the water. The bathtub laughed at me. Ha ha ha! I gave up on the bath. But there was one thing I really had to do. I slowly walked up to the toilet. I had to go, but I was a little nervous. What would the toilet be like? It looked scary. It was black, with skulls and crossbones on the tank. Slowly, I lifted the lid. The toilet began to gurgle.
Use me if you dare. You're in for quite a scare. Maybe I'll flood the room. I'll suck you to your doom.
My whiskers quivered in fear. Slowly, the toilet kept singing. The window shutters kept clapping. The bed kept laughing. Then, the closet joined in. It began opening and shutting its door. Bang, 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 bang. I covered my ears and ran out of the guest room. I want to go home, I wailed. The attack of the flesh-eating strawberries. I bumped into the twins in the hall. Where is the bathroom? I asked them. Snip and Snap pointed to a nearby door.
It's in there.
Thank you, I said. How polite. But when I opened the door, I saw I wasn't in a bathroom. I was in a greenhouse. Clay pots with small green plants filled the room. For a moment, I thought I heard a noise. Munch, munch, munch. I moved closer to the plants. They looked so pretty. Each plant was loaded with red, sweet-smelling fruit. Strawberries, I said. At last, something normal to eat. I reached out with my paw to pick a strawberry, and it bit me. Ow! I cried. I looked down. The little strawberry had a mouth and tiny teeth. I want to go home, I wailed. All at once, the strawberries jumped out of their pots. They began to chase me. Munch, munch, munch. Their little teeth chomped as they got closer and closer. Luckily, at that moment, Boneham ran in. He was carrying a can of sardines. Dinner time, my sweets, he called out. The strawberries ran to Boneham. He fed them the sardines. They gobbled them up like a pack of cats at a mouse buffet. I sighed with relief and headed for the door. It was then that I noticed a sign on the wall. Flesh-eating strawberries. Enter at your own risk. But you don't really want to enter. Then I heard a giggle. I turned to see Snip and Snap. You rotten little ratlets! I cried. The twins just laughed and ran away. I scurried down the hall, looking for a bathroom door. In the dim light, I saw a small yellow figure flying toward me. It was Madame Latoum's were-canary. The little bird chomped on my finger with its sharp beak. Ow! I squeaked. Madame Latoum stepped out of the door.
Come here, my little songbird,
She said. The were-canary flew to Madame Latoum and disappeared inside her huge hairdo. I wanted to tell her what I thought of her little terror, but I really had to find a bathroom now. I looked at the nearest door. It had a sign with teeny-weeny print on it.
Do not open this door. Don't even think about it. Really, don't try it.
Boneham ran up to me.
Please, don't open this door, sir, he said. We have lost many guests this way.
But what is inside? I asked. Boneham's whiskers twitched.
I do not know, sir, he said, but I'm sure it is not very nice.
A surprise in the dark. I had had enough surprises for one day. I found another door. This one did not have any signs on it. I opened it. I stepped into a dark room. I went on the wall for a light switch, but there was none. Then I made out a shape in the dark. A toilet! Relieved, I sat down and began to take care of business. When I was done, I reached out to grab the toilet paper. I cut something that felt like toilet paper, so I gave it a pull. I flushed the toilet. Then I remembered I had a small flashlight in my pocket. I took it out, turned it on, and found myself face to face with a mummy! Help! I shrieked. With horror, I realized I hadn't found toilet paper at all. I had found the wrappings of a mouse mummy. My paws trembled. I dropped the flashlight. The light went out. Help! I screamed again. The door opened. Crepella stepped inside. There you are, my little ghosty woasty, she said. What are you doing in the staff bathroom? This is where my grandfather kept his mummies. He was fixing them. You didn't hurt them, did you? I was still in shock. Mummies? I stammered. Suddenly, I felt someone step on my tail. I whirled around. Snip and Snap stood there, giggling.
He did it.
Said Snip.
He did it.
Said Snap. I want to go home, I wailed. The Cacklefur family gathered in the hallway. They shook their heads. That Geronimo Stilton is a strange mouse, they cried. I want to go home. Still shaking, I made my way back to the guest room. At least there were no mummies there. But I got lost in the long hallways. As I searched for my door, I noticed something on the floor. I reached down and picked it up. It was a long piece of paper. I raised it to my snack. It was a treasure map. Even though I was tired and scared and hungry, I had to follow the map. I was too curious to resist. I took 3 steps to the right, then 2 steps to the left, then 1 more step to the right. I found myself facing a big stone in the wall with the letter T carved in it. T for treasure? Excited, I pushed on the stone and fell down a tunnel. I tumbled down. Finally, I found myself in a cool, dark room. I stood up and brushed the dust off my forehead. I looked around. Cobwebs dangled from the corners. A grinning skeleton hung from the wall. I took a step back and fell right into a coffin. I jumped out and bumped into a suit of armor. I fell back and tripped over a tombstone. I stood up and found myself holding A mummy! Then I heard a ghostly wail. I want to go home! I screamed. Suddenly, all the lights came on. I could see that everything was fake. The dust was made of flour. The cobwebs were made of cotton candy. The skeleton was made of plastic. The coffin was made of rubber. The suit of armor was made of soda cans. The tombstone was made of cardboard. The mummy was made of toilet paper. And the ghostly sound was coming from a speaker on the wall. I also saw a sign on the wall.
Snip and Snap's collection of tricks. Paws off. That means you.
I should have known. Those twin terrors were behind this. I was fed up. I found a staircase and ran up the steps. Snip and Snap were in the hall, smiling. I knew you left that treasure map for me to find, I growled.
He did it.
Said Snip.
He did it.
Said Snap. Boneham shook his head. Snip and Snap have struck again, sir. Professor Frankenstein's wig. I was looking for my roommate when I noticed that all of the caterpillars had left the dining room table. They were gathered in front of the fireplace. Suddenly, I remembered why Creepella had brought me here in the first place. For the reading of her grandfather's will. They say that curiosity kills the cat, but I am a mouse after all, and a very curious one at that. I stood in the background and listened to what the family was saying. Poor Professor Frankenstein, said one mouse. Remember how much you loved mummy jokes?
Yes, he told many mummy jokes.
Said another.
Many mummy jokes.
Maybe too many mummy jokes. The chattering stopped when a plump rodent walked in.
It's Byron Bad News, the family lawyer,
The caterpillars whispered. Byron Bad News was an unpleasant-looking mouse. He carried a small silver box, shaped like a coffin. The lawyer cleared his throat. Attention, cocklefurs, he announced. The moment you have been waiting for is here. Byron tapped the lid of the coffin. In this box, I have... He paused dramatically. Professor Frankenstein's will! The family began to chatter in excitement. What would you do if he left you the castle? Asked one mouse.
I would turn it into a horror museum,
replied another mouse. I would turn it into an amusement park, said another.
I would open a vacation lodge,
said another. Chef Stew tapped his paw impatiently on the floor.
Cheese chunks!
He cried.
Are you going to read the will or what? I have to go stir my stew.
Byron Bad News sniffed. You seem to have an twitch, he said. Very well. I will read the will. Cocklefur Castle goes to... Byron Bad News lifted the lid of the coffin. A stream of black ink shot out and squirted him in the snout. Who did this? He bellowed.
He did it,
Said Snip.
he did it.
Said Snap. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the castle. Thunder shook the castle walls. Boom! All the candles blew out. The room was as dark as the inside of a tomcat's tummy. An icy wind swirled through the room. It froze the tips of my whiskers. Isn't this fun? Creepella asked, grabbing my paw. I told you you'd have a good time at Cocklefur Castle. A good time? This was the worst time I've ever had in my life. I want to go home, I wailed. At that moment, the doors to the dining hall flew open. A shadowy figure stood in the doorway. It's Grandfather's ghost! The Cacklefurs all cried at once. I'm not a ghost, said the figure. I am alive and squeaking, my dear family. The lights came back on. A small, skinny mouse stood in the doorway. His face was the color of moldy cheese. The white fur on his head stuck straight up. He wore a stained white lab coat. He walked with a limp and leaned on a cane. Professor Frankenstein. Who is he? A scientist who studies ancient Egypt. He's an expert on mummies and tombs. He's a little clumsy and has had many accidents in his lab. So far, he has lost an eye, an ear, a little finger, and a toe. His secret, he dreams of being a stand-up comic. As he limped closer, I got a better look at him. One of his eyes was made of glass. Professor Frankenstein adjusted his false teeth. Then he gazed at his family. What a nice family reunion, he said. Why does everyone look so sad? You look like you're at a funeral. Ah! Grandfather, you're alive! Shouted the Cacklefurs. Of course I am, Professor Frankenstein cackled. I was picking mushrooms in Nightmare Wood. I fell asleep under the tree of eternal rest. If a bat had not peed on my snout, I would never have woken up. The mice all nodded their heads in surprise. The professor waved his cane in the air. Sorry to disappoint you, family, he squeaked. Cacklefur Castle is mine, so hold off, or you'll be sorry. Everyone in the dining hall looked slightly afraid. Professor Frankenstein smiled. Don't look so glum. I have some blood-curdling jokes to tell you. You will laugh your heads off. Professor Frankenstein's blood-curdling jokes. What is Count Dracula's favorite dog? A bloodhound. Where do ghosts go on vacation? To the Dead Sea. Why was the skeleton afraid of the dark? Because it didn't have any guts. What kind of music does a mummy like best? Rap music. Why do ghosts make good cheerleaders? Because they have a lot of spirit. A skeleton went to see the doctor. The doctor opened the door. He looked at the skeleton and said, "Aren't you a little late?" Speaking of mummies, the professor slapped me on the shoulder. "Did you like my jokes?" he asked. "And who are you anyway?" "The name is Stilton, Geronimo Stilton," I said. Creepella walked up and kissed me on the snout. "Isn't he sweet?" she asked. "He and I are getting married." I cleared my throat. "Actually, we are not." But Professor Frankenstein interrupted me. "So, this is your latest victim. I mean, fiancé. he said. What is your name again? Gabriel? Geronimo, I said. He pinched my cheek. So, when will the wedding be, Gideon? Never, I said firmly. He ignored me. Well then, Gerald, you had better treat my little Creepella well. If anyone dares to treat my granddaughter badly, I will turn him into a mummy. He waved his cane. The Cacklefurs all agreed. That's right. We pity the mouse who mistreats our Creepella. I was quaking in my fur. Of course, Professor, I said. I will treat Creepella well. Rodent's word of honor. Professor Frankenstein pulled a watch from his pocket. I must go, my dear Gary, he said. The mummy of the great Tutankhamun has arrived. I must get to work. Before the professor left, he told another joke. Why did the werewolf cross the road? To eat the chicken on the other side. Ha 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 ha! With that, he limped down the hallway, still laughing. Chef Stew-Rat came up to me. I should get started on your wedding cake. Stew cake with stew frosting, of course. When will the wedding be? Never! I yelled at the top of my voice. The Cacklefurs all stared at me. That Geronimo Stilton is a strange mouse, they whispered. Wah! 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 The doorbell meowed. Boneham scurried to lift the drawbridge. It must be Mr. Von Cacklefur, he said. A few minutes later, a very thin rat came through the door. He was dressed in black and wore a top hat. I had met him before. It was Boris Von Cacklefur, Creepella's father. He held out a paw to me. Hello there, Geronimo, he said. You look well. Too bad. We're having a sale on coffins this week. Nice to see you, Mr. Von Cacklefur, I said. Then, another sound rang through the hall. Wah! 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 Curious, we all ran to the window. Boneham took a pair of binoculars out of his pocket and looked down. Cheddar biscuits! He exclaimed. What is that? I looked through the binoculars. There was a small basket in front of the drawbridge, and it sounded as if the basket was crying. We all ran outside. Inside the basket was a tiny bunny wrapped in a blanket. The butler moved aside the blanket to reveal a baby mouse. Moldy mummies! Cried Professor Frankenstein. A little orphan, said Boneham. He's so small, said Boris. He's so sweet, said Creepella.
My, he can cry,
said Madame Latoon. Snip said,
he must be hungry.
Snap said. Chef Stew-Rat clapped his paws together. He needs some stew! The members of the Cacklefur family surrounded the baby. The little mouselet stopped crying. He opened his eyes and looked at them all. Then he smiled. All of the Cacklefurs smiled back. The secret of the Cacklefur family. We must have a big family meeting, shouted Professor Frankenstein. The entire family gathered in the library. Ladies and gentlemen, rodents and rats, dead and alive, family and friends, began the professor. Even you, Garrett, we must make an important decision. We have found a little baby. What should we do? Boris Von Cacklefur placed his paw on his heart.
I hate to be a mushy mouse, but this makes me think of a poem by Emily Dickinson. That love is all there is all we know of love. I felt my eyes fill with tears. What a lovely poem. Boris went on. We all know the Cacklefur family secret, he said. We love one another. With love, we can do anything. The mice nodded in agreement. This little mouselet needs our love, said Boris, and we have plenty to give him. He stood up. Let's vote on it. If you think we should adopt the orphan mouse, raise your paw. Every Cacklefur raised a paw. This mouselet is no longer an orphan, said Boris. As of today, he is a Cacklefur. The Cacklefurs all cheered. I took the baby in my paws. What a sweet little snout he has, I said. What will you call him? He needs a name. Crepella passed around a piece of paper. Everyone write down a name, she said. When the Cacklefurs were done, she read the names out loud. Mommykins, Froggy, Howler, Skunky, Skeletino, Creepers, Zigzag, Spider-Rat, Batrick, Scully, Toady, Stewie, Screamer, Igor, Mushmouse, Buster, Spookster, Grimy, Spectre, Dreary, Slimer. Don't you think those names are a bit weird for a baby? I asked. That's it! The Cacklefur shouted. We'll call him Baby! Just then, I felt something wet and warm on my jacket. I think the little Cacklefur has done a wee-wee, I said. Our love is stronger than cheese. Chef Stew-Rat ran to the kitchen. I must get him a bottle of stew. It is just what he needs. I put Baby in a coffin-shaped cradle. Madame Raccoon took out her violin and played him a lullaby.
Go to sleep, little Cacklefur. Your family is near. We will all watch over you. To us, you are dear. So go to sleep. Go to sleep if you please. Our love for you is stronger than cheese.
Stew power! I kissed Baby. Then I decided to walk around the castle. Somehow, the Cacklefurs did not seem so scary anymore. Because I love books, I went to the library. Old, rare books filled the shelves. I flipped through the pages. Some of the books were so old, they were written by monks. What treasures! Before printing was invented, monks wrote books by hand. They illustrated them with wonderful paintings. Then I found a large book on its old wooden stand. The leather cover was the color of American cheese. The book looked quite old. The title caught my eye. The History of Cacklefur Castle. I sat in a comfortable chair next to the fireplace. Then I began to read. Cacklefur Castle is built on a skull-shaped hill. A blast of thunder interrupted my reading. Bam! The window flew open. A huge oak tree crashed into the room. Its branches were flaming. It
must have been struck by lightning. The curtains caught fire. Soon the flames would race toward the bookshelves. All of those beautiful, rare books! I ran out of the room. The library's on fire! I screamed. I looked for something to put out the fire with. I pushed open the door and found myself in the kitchen. The cart of stew was right in front of me. I had an idea. I pushed the cart down the hall as fast as I could. When I got to the library, I dumped the stew pot onto the flames. The fire went out, as if by magic. I fell to the floor, exhausted. By now, all of the Cacklefur family had arrived in the library. "What is it?" asked the professor. "What happened?" asked Boneham.
The library,
Snip began.
was on fire.
Snap finished.
Geronimo put out the fire.
Shivereen said.
Geronimo is a hero.
Announced Madame Latoon. Creepella beamed. "Good for you, my little batwing." Chef Stew Rat smiled. "That is what I call stew power!" The Cacklefurs gathered around me. Professor Frankenstein slapped me on the shoulder. "You saved the library," he said. "You are one of the family now, George." I sighed. "My name is Geronimo." Goodbye, dear Cacklefurs. The sun was sinking in the sky. Yes, all of these amazing adventures happened in just one day. "Get ready, my little cherry pop," Creepella said to me. "We're going back to New Mouse City." Creepella took my arm and led me to the dining room. "But we just got here," I protested. Believe it or not, I was starting to enjoy myself. Suddenly, the lights went out. I expected to hear a blast of thunder again. Instead, I heard a cheer. "Hooray for Geronimo Stilton!" When the lights came back on, the whole Cacklefur family was standing there. They had hung a banner in the hall. "Come back soon, Geronimo! Dead or alive!" Shivereen went to the piano. She played the Wailing Waltz. Madame Latoon played along on her violin. Creepella grabbed me by the tail. "This dance is for me, my little spiderweb." We waltzed around the hall. Candles cast a soft glow of light in the room. "This is my favorite waltz," Creepella said. "And you are my favorite mouse. When are we going to get married?" I remembered Professor Frankenstein's warning and turned pale. Luckily, the professor stood up to make an announcement. "Quiet, everyone!" he shouted. Then he walked over and hugged me. "It's a shame you have to leave, dear Gerbil," he said. "But before you go, we would like to give you something to say. Thank you." Professor Frankenstein gave me a black plaque. There was gold writing on it. "This plaque is dedicated to our new friend, Geronimo Stilton. He bravely saved the Cacklefur family library." Boris gathered everyone together. "Time for a picture!" he shouted. "Say cheese!" I put on my best smile, but then I felt someone pinch my tail. I turned around. Too late! The camera snapped the picture. "How nice," said Boneham. "Now you will always be a part of the Cacklefur family." I looked at the picture. "At least my back will be," I said. Creepella took my arm. "Ready, my little pumpkin? It's time to go." I All the cackle-furs looked very sad. Snip and Snap gave me a small present,
It's for you, Geronimo.
they said. I was moved. Maybe they weren't such bad little mice after all. Thank you, I said. I opened the present. It was a small coffin. How nice, I said. I opened the lid. A small rubber skeleton popped out and punched me in the snout. Whose idea was this? I asked angrily.
He did it.
Said Snip.
He did it.
Said Snap. Shiverine brushed away a tear. Can I call you Uncle Geronimo? She asked. I can't wait for the wedding. When will it be? Never! I shrieked. Professor Frankenstein looked at his watch. It's getting late, Godfrey. You really should be going. We will miss you, Gilroy. The name is Geronimo, I corrected him. I knew it was time to go, but I did not want to leave without giving a speech. My dear rodent friends, I began, I just met you, but I feel like I've known you all my life. You will always be... I couldn't finish the sentence. Creepella drove the hearse right into the dining hall. She grabbed my arm and pulled me inside. Time to go to New Mouse City, my little spiderkins. We sped off. Behind me, I heard the Cacklefurs cheer. Hurrah for Geronimo Stilton! He is a strange mouse, but he is a true friend! As rare as fine cheddar. We drove away from the Valley of the Vain Vampires. I realized I finally had an idea for a book. I would call it The Secret of Cacklefur Castle. The Cacklefurs were definitely weird. We were so different, yet they were very close to my heart. I learned something important at Cacklefur Castle. There are many mice who are different from us. But you can't judge a mouse by his or her fur. You must look into his or her heart. If you are lucky, you may find a friend there. True friendship is as rare as fine cheddar. It was a real gift.
Scholastic Audio presents Geronimo Stilton, Shipwreck on the Pirate Islands by Geronimo Stilton. Read for you by B. Mobley.
But won't it be dangerous? I was working peacefully in my office one morning when my sister burst through the door. Thea is the special correspondent at the Rodents Gazette. What is the Gazette? Oops. Sorry, news fans. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Stilton. Geronimo Stilton. I run a newspaper called the Rodents Gazette. It is the most popular daily on Mouse Island.
Drop everything, Geronimo!
Thea demanded.
We're going on a mini vacation!
I shook my head. I was way too busy. I had to meet with the printer. I had to meet with the photographer. I had to meet with the cafeteria mouse. I never found the top of her and my macaroni and cheese last week. Yuck. Just then, my favorite nephew, Benjamin, appeared.
Uncle, have you heard the news?
He squeaked happily.
We're all going on vacation! I'm so excited! This is going to be the best vacation of my whole life!
How could I say no to my dear, sweet nephew? Well, all right. Why don't we go to the Soft Squeak Resort? It's on a beautiful, relaxing island. Before I could continue, my sister interrupted me.
But get soft, sweet Jerry Berry. That place is for senior citizens.
She scoffed.
We're going to the Pirate Islands. White beaches, crystal clear water, and jungles filled with wild animals. There are tigers, pythons, and even gigantic tarantulas.
I shivered. Well, the white beaches and crystal clear water sound great, but won't all those wild animals be dangerous? Thea snickered.
Oh, Geronimo, stop being such a scaredy mouse.
She scolded.
Go pack your suitcase. We'll meet at the airport in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? I barely had time to comb my fur. The Pirate Islands Guidebook. Luckily, I remembered about the guidebook on the Pirate Islands. I liked to read about places I visited. I read about the pirates, too. This is what I learned. Pirates. The Pirate Code. Many believe that pirates broke every law known to us. But that is not exactly true. Pirates did obey some laws, but only ones that were established aboard their own ship. For example, 1. The loot was to be divided equally among all pirates. 2. No pirate was allowed to gamble. 3. Every pirate must always be ready for battle. 4. No women and children are allowed on board. 5. Whoever steals or flees from combat will be punished by death. Privateers, buccaneers, and filibusters. After Christopher Columbus landed in America, there was an outbreak of piracy along the Caribbean coast and in the Antilles. There were several types of pirates. Privateers were sailors who carried a letter given by their king authorizing them to attack enemy ships. In exchange for this document, they gave half of their booty to their sovereign. Buccaneers were European pirates who attacked Spanish ships and settlements in the West Indies. Filibusters were pirates of English, French, and Dutch origin who operated in the Caribbean. Help! Pirate overboard! It seems incredible, but often pirates did not know how to swim. They prided themselves on dominating the seas without ever taking a bath. For example, the pirate Bartholomew Portuguese did not know how to swim, so he fled from a prison ship by floating to shore on a raft made of kegs. The Jolly Roger. Whenever someone saw a pirate flag approaching, he would be so frightened that more often than not, he would surrender without a fight. Every commander had his own personal flag. These are the most famous. John Ratham died 1720. Calico Jack. This English pirate liked to dress in calico. He would attack local merchants and fishing vessels in the Caribbean. Despite the pirate rule about no women on board, Calico Jack had not one, but 2 women pirates disguised as men among his crew. Bartholomew Roberts, 1682 to 1722. Black Bart. This English pirate was probably the most successful pirate in history. He captured 400 vessels and operated off the coast of South America and in the West Indies. He never drank or gambled and always went to bed early. Henry Avery, 1665 to 1728. Long Ben. This Englishman was a pirate for only 1 year, but in that time, he captured riches and booty from English, Indian, and Danish ships off the coasts of Africa and India. He is probably the only well-known pirate who was not killed in battle or ever caught for his crimes. But he died penniless after losing all his booty on land. Edward Teach died 1718. Blackbeard. This Englishman turned pirate in 1713 and preyed on ships off the coast of the Carolinas and Virginia. He captured a large French merchantman, equipped her with 40 guns, and renamed her Queen Anne's Revenge. Pirate ABCs. Aft, toward the rear or stern of a boat. Away, the position of the anchor as it is raised clear of the bottom of the sea. Batten down. Secure hatches and loose objects both within the hull and on deck. Below. Beneath the deck. Booty. Riches or valuables taken by force. Bow. The forward part of a boat. Bridge. The part of the ship from which the vessel is steered and its speed control. Chart. A map used by navigators. Course. The direction in which a boat is steered. Deck. The permanent covering over a compartment, hull, or any part of the ship. Doubloon. A gold coin once used in Spain and Spanish America. Forward. Toward the bow of a boat. Galley. The kitchen area of a boat. Halyards. Lines used to hoist or lower sails or flags. Jolly Roger. A pirate flag, usually with a skull and crossbones design. Knot. A measure of speed equal to 1 nautical mile, 6,076 feet, per hour. Logbook. The ship's diary, used to record weather conditions, course, speed, and any relevant information about navigation and crew. Mast. A vertical pole used to support sails and their rigging. Port. The left side of a boat when one is looking forward. Rudder. A vertically hinged plate of metal or wood mounted at the stern of a vessel, which is used to steer its course. Sail. A piece of cloth that catches or directs the wind and powers a vessel. Sea dog. An experienced sailor. Shiver me timbers. An expression of surprise or disbelief. When a ship strikes a rock hard, her timbers shiver. Shrouds. Ropes used to support the masts. Starboard. The right side of a boat when one is facing forward. Stern. The rear end of a boat. Walk the plank. To be forced to walk over the side of a ship into the sea. I continue to read the guidebook. Some small islands are no longer inhabited. One such is Little Coco, on which only one coconut tree grows. On the island of Finn's Revenge, the waters near the beaches are infested with ferocious sharks. Around the Isle of Motor Meltdown, currents are so strong that the ships need to run the engine at full power so they don't crash against the cliffs. And then there's No Mouse's Land, an extremely small and uncharted island. Finally, the farthest and wildest of all of them is the island no airplane dares to fly to, and where no ship ever docks, and where no one would dream of going. The island of Thump Flop, where numerous plop birds live. Here, according to legend, a pirate hid a treasure right on the... My reading was interrupted by someone squeaking my name. It was my cousin Trap. "Shake the paw, Meister!" he shrieked. Everyone in the airport turned and stared. One thing you should know about Trap. He is the loudest, most obnoxious mouse in the world. Even worse, he loves to pick on me. I cringed. So much for a relaxing vacation. I would be lucky if I made it home with all of my whiskers. A most bizarre mouse. The plane landed 13 hours later. My stomach was in knots, and not knots. Did I mention I'm afraid of flying? A small hydroplane was waiting to take us to a place called Loot Island, a According to my guidebook, the island was small and totally uncivilized. That meant no lights, no running water, no cheese logs by the pool. I sighed. Oh, how I love a nice cheddar cheese log. My thoughts were interrupted by a most bizarre-looking rodent. He had lots of curly black hair and was dressed in purple shorts and a neon yellow shirt with red hearts. Around his neck hung a huge gold medal with the word Scram printed on it. "Yo, Mousy Mouse!" He greeted me and stuck out one chubby paw. I noticed the sharp-tooth bracelet dangling from his wrist. "The name's Rough Rat Ricky, but everyone calls me Bouncer," he announced. He squeezed my paw so hard, my eyes nearly popped out of my fur. Rancid rat hairs! That mouse had some shake. He was crushing every bone in my paw. I wouldn't be able to write for weeks. I was about to complain when I noticed his tattoos. On his left arm, there was a picture of a hideous dragon. On his right arm, there was a ferocious cat with blood dripping from its jaws. I gulped. Yes, they were only tattoos, but they looked so real. What kind of a mouse liked such terrifying tattoos? I stared up at Bouncer. That's when I saw his ear. It looked like it had been chewed by a cat. No, I wasn't going to mess with this rodent. Just then, Bouncer smacked me hard on the back. My whiskers nearly flew off my snout. "Ready to leave, Mousy Mouse?" He chuckled. I tried to squeak, but no sound came out. Bouncer had knocked the wind out of me. "Grim! Move it! Get lost!" Bouncer bounded onto the hydroplane. He patted a photo on the dashboard with his stubby paw. It was a picture of an older female mouse with hair just like Bouncer's. "Hi, Mumsy Wumsy," he cooed. He blew the picture a kiss. Then he stared at the controls. "Frozen cheddar cheese pops!" he shrieked suddenly. "I've forgotten how to turn on the engine!" My jaw hit the ground. "What did you say?" I stammered. Bouncer winked at me. "Just pulling your paw, Mousy Mouse," he chuckled. I grabbed my cousin's paw. "Couldn't you have been a normal pilot?" I asked softly. "This one is so strange. Will it be dangerous flying with him?" Trap just smirked. "All pilots are strange. Look at your sister," he remarked. "She's one of the strangest mice I know." Thea jumped to her paws. My sister is a licensed pilot. She even has her own plane.
How dare you!
She squeaked at Trap. Before I knew it, the two of them were at each other's throats. I sighed. Meanwhile, Bouncer began preparing for takeoff. First, he checked the controls. Then, he checked his seatbelt. Then, he checked his hair with a pocket mirror. "Looking good!" I stared anxiously out the window. The sky was growing cloudy. Very cloudy. The weather doesn't look so great. Won't it be dangerous flying in all of these clouds? I asked Thea. She just stopped.
I'm sure Bouncer called the control tower. They check on the weather. If they say we can leave, then we leave. Don't be such a scaredy mouse, Germeister.
I couldn't help it. The sky was getting darker and darker. It looked like we were about to fly into a big storm. Was it a thunderstorm? I hate thunderstorms. At home, I hide under my bed when there is a thunderstorm. Suddenly, Bouncer stuck his head out of the window. He waved a paw at everybody on the runway. "Grim! Move it! Get lost!" he shrieked. Then, he turned on the plane, and we shot off into the sky. As soon as we were airborne, he smacked his forehead with his paw. "Cheese niblets!" he squeaked. "I forgot to get gas!" My stomach dropped. No, gas? I stammered. Bouncer roared with laughter. Just pulling your paw, Mousy Mouse! I chewed my whiskers. Oh, why did I agree to come on this awful vacation? I could have been relaxing at the Salt Squeak Resort. I could have been playing shuffleboard. I could have been getting a massage. Instead, I was listening to a crazy mouse telling warped jokes. This wasn't a vacation. It was a nightmare! I told you so. After an hour, the sky turned completely black. The plane began to shake violently. The wind roared. It screamed. It wound my tail up in knots. Oh no, that wasn't the wind. That was me. I wound my tail when I'm nervous. I really should break the habit. Thea says it makes your fur fall out. Which is wrong. Have you ever seen a mouse with no fur? Let me tell you, it is really pretty sad. Bouncer's voice interrupted my thoughts. Control tower, what's the deal with this weather? He shouted. The radio crackled. Tornado! Coming! Right for you! A voice screamed. Emergency! Everyone turned as pale as a ball of mozzarella. Well, everyone except me. That's because I was already pale. The blood had frozen under my fur the minute I'd stepped on board. A tornado is coming! Bouncer announced. I felt faint. I told you so, I squeaked. I told you that it was dangerous! Nose down into the deep blue waves. I helped Benjamin put on a life jacket. No one was talking. How unusual. Normally, you can't get the Stilton family to stop squeaking. Everyone stared worriedly at the sky. Darker and darker. The wind blew furiously. The plane lurched and swayed. Swish, swish, swish. I held on to Benjamin's tiny paw for dear life. Don't worry, little nephew, I whispered. You'll be just fine. I hoped you couldn't hear my teeth chattering, or see my fur standing on end, or feel my paw trembling. Rot-munching rattlesnakes! I was scared silly! Suddenly, Bouncer pointed the plane's nose toward land. Hang on! He screamed. I'm going to try to make an emergency landing! The wind grew stronger and stronger. The waves grew closer and closer. Seconds later, a gust of wind sent the plane plunging into the deep blue waves! Glub, blub, blub, blub. The plane crashed into the sea with a loud splash. Instantly, we began to sink. Blub, 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 blub. We tried to open the door. It wouldn't budge. Then, I remembered something I had read in one of my favorite books. In the book, the hero accidentally drives off a bridge. His car sinks underwater. The water pressure is too strong for him to escape. He has to wait until the car goes completely under. Before long, the water had covered our plane. I pushed with all of my strength, and the door opened. Isn't reading amazing? I took a deep breath. Then I grabbed Benjamin's paw and hurled myself out into the water. It was freezing. I started swimming. The water was darker than my mouse hole at midnight. I couldn't see my own fur in front of my face, but I could see bubbles. They were coming from my mouth. I followed them up to the surface. We made it! I spluttered, giving Benjamin a hug. The end track popped up next to me, but there was no sign of Bouncer. I looked around and spotted a small island not too far away. We swam to shore. Then We collapsed onto the sand. Water dripped down my whiskers. I was so tired I couldn't move. That was a good thing, because I wanted to strangle my sister for bringing me on this nightmare vacation! Nothing can stop the Stilton family! The sun was about to rise. I was feeling hopeful. Then I heard someone sobbing. It was Trap. "What if we're trapped here forever?" he moaned. "I'll never go to another mouse ball game again. I'll never see my friends. I'll never eat another cheddar melt at the all-you-can-eat cheese palace." Did I mention my cousin loves to eat? And eat. And eat. Thea rolled her eyes.
Get a grip, Trap!
She squeaked.
We Stiltons never give up!
Benjamin smiled.
Aunt Thea's right, Cousin Trap.
He nodded.
Nothing can stop the Stilton family.
With a sigh, Trap got a grip on himself. Then we twisted our tails together and shouted, "Nothing can stop the Stilton family!" We came up with a list of chores. Trap was in charge of getting the food. Thea gathered wood to light the fire. Benjamin made little skirts out of palm leaves so we'd have something to wear. Our clothes were soaking wet. And I built a shelter under a coconut tree. It was a hard day. The sun roasted my fur. The wind tangled my whiskers. My paws sprouted 1,000 blisters. Well, okay, maybe not 1,000 blisters, but you get the picture. It was hard work. I stared at the ocean. It looked so cool and inviting. I was afraid. What if a shark attacked me? What if a jellyfish stung me? What if my grass skirt floated away? Just then, something plopped onto my head. Seconds later, there were more plops. Plop, plop, plop. The sky had filled with a swarm of birds. They looked just like seagulls. Squawk! 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 The birds called. Benjamin quickly handed out little umbrellas made of leaves. He was getting pretty good with those leaves. First the skirts, then the umbrellas. What next? Shirts? Neckties? Maybe someday Benjamin would grow up to be a designer. Never leave home without your Benjamin Stilton. He was onto something. I am rodent. Hear me squeak. Just then, another plop hit my umbrella. It reminded me of a guidebook on the Pirate Islands. It talked about the plop birds on an island called Thump Flop. "I know where we are!" I cried excitedly. "We're on Thump Flop Island!" I read about it in the guidebook. It said the island had plants and edible fruits. Thea grinned.
Good work, Jerryberry!
She squeaked.
I guess it pays to have a book mouse for a brother sometimes!
I was about to remind her that my name is not Jerryberry when I remembered something else. I had read a few more interesting things in that guidebook. In ancient times, pirates brought their gold and riches to the Pirate Islands. Many treasures are still buried there. There are also many ghosts on the islands. The ghost of the famous pirate Silverpaw wanders the beaches on the island of Thumpflop. His ship was said to have mysterious powers. It could appear and disappear in the blink of an eye. That night, I curled up in a big palm leaf to sleep. It wasn't easy. I kept thinking about pirates and ghosts and disappearing ships. Don't be such a stupid mouse, I scolded myself. I sang a little song to give myself courage. I am brave, I am strong, I am rodent, hear me squeak. My cousin Jack mimicked in a sing-song voice. I am brave, I am strong, I am rodent, hear me snore. You have a leech on your face. The next day, we decided to explore the island. We headed down a long forest. My claws sank into the damp sand. It was hard to walk. Suddenly, I noticed something odd. Huge holes were opening up in the sand. The holes were filled with gigantic crabs. Their pincer-like claws swiped at us as we scampered by. Holy cheese! I cried out. My heart began to race. Sweat rolled down my fur. Do you like crabs? I don't. They always look angry. I hate those razor-sharp claws, and their angry little eyes look so sinister. No one else seemed to be bothered by the crabs. Trap was even humming a silly tune. Just then, something slimy and wet hit me in the face.
A leech! Geronimo! You have an enormous leech on your face!
Hollered Trap. I began to see stars. Help! I shrieked. I ripped the wet leech off my face. Then, I stared at it in my paw. But this isn't a leech, I blabbered. It's a wet handkerchief. Trap was jumping up and down all around me, roaring with laughter. I should have known. I told you my cousin loves to play tricks on me.
You fell for it, Germeister!
He spluttered.
You're so easy to fool! It's like taking cheesy chews from a mousling!
I ran after him. If I catch you, you'll never eat another cheesy chew again! I shouted. Oh, how did I get stuck with such an obnoxious mouse for a relative? Bigger than 50 sumo rat wrestlers. Trap was still laughing as he ran down the path. Then, he turned to make a face at me. That's when his face went pale.
Geronimo! Don't move!
He stuttered.
There's a gigantic crab behind you!
I snorted. You can fool this mouse sometimes, but I'm no cheese brain. I mean, I wasn't born yesterday. I'm moving someone's bone. Enough kidding around, Trap, I said, laughing. I know there's no giant crab. My cousin's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. I had to give it to him. He really did look scared. I wondered if he'd been taking acting lessons in his spare time.
I'm not kidding, Geronimo.
I whispered. What?
Behind you.
I rolled my eyes. I was getting tired of these silly tricks. Still, I turned around anyway. See? I told you! I began. But I didn't get any further. That's because for once, Trap wasn't joking. I was face to face with a gigantic, enormous, mega huge crab! I had never seen anything like it. This crab was bigger than 50 sumo rat wrestlers! Come, I told myself. I took a small step backward, then another. The crab kept its beady little eyes trained on me. Only a few more tall steps, and I could dive into the water. I'd be safe there. Suddenly, my cousin sneezed. In a flash, the crab stretched out its claw and lifted me into the air. Help! I yelled. The blood rushed to my furry head. Thea and Benjamin stuck their heads out from behind a big rock.
Hang on, Geronimo! We'll save you!
Thea called. She pulled out a bottle of perfume. She sprayed it in the crab's eyes. The crab blinked, confused. Then it swung me around in the air like a cat with a new chew toy. It was not a good feeling. Goodbye, Mouse World! I sobbed. Goodbye, family! Just then, Trap hurled a coconut at the crab's head. Benjamin tickled it with a bird's feather. The crab laughed and dropped me. Well, no, it didn't exactly drop me. It hurled me in the direction of the trees. I landed in the middle of a partridge nest.
I was surrounded by a slew of open-mouthed, tiny birds. Help! I screamed. Just at that moment, the mother partridge arrived. She had a big, fat worm in her beak. I opened my mouth to scream, but before I could squeak, she dropped the worm in my mouth! I spit it out in disgust. The mother partridge looked insulted. I am not a baby bird. My name is Stilton. Geronimo Stilton. Partridge just squawked. Then she pushed me out of the nest. I landed with a thump on my head. Oh, why couldn't we go to the Soft Squeak Resort? I moaned. I needed a nice cheese dinner. I needed a good night's rest. I needed an ice pack for the lump on my head. Thump, flop. That night, I was so tired, I fell right to sleep. At midnight, I woke up with a start. Something had woken me. But what? That's when I heard a very peculiar sound. Thump, flop. Thump, flop. Thump, flop. It sounded like someone walking, but these were no ordinary paw steps. A picture from the pirate guidebook flashed before my eyes. The ghost of Silverpaw. He had one good paw and one paw made of metal. I gulped. Was the ghost of Silverpaw really haunting Thump Flop Island? Benjamin was awake too. He grabbed my paw.
Uncle, maybe it's the ghost.
He whispered. I tried to look brave. Don't worry, my dear little nephew, I said in the most comfortable voice. I'll take care of it. If only someone could take care of me. I felt faint with fear. Cautiously, I tried through the beach. Just as I thought, a long river with strange paths dotted the sand. Who could have let them? A coconut on the head! Right then, I saw a large shadow. Yum, 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 it sang. It was gnawing at a coconut. That's when it hit me. The coconut shell, that is. Yep, that ghost threw the shell right at my head. Holy cheese, that hurt! I cried out in pain. Then, I fainted. When I came to, the ghost was gone. The next night, the ghost shuffling around on the cliffs. Thump, flop. Thump, flop. Thump, flop. I knew I had to do something. So, I looked behind him. He was gnawing on a roasted crab. I inched closer. Oops! The ghost spotted me. He took aim and launched the crab shell at me. Clunk! He hit me right between the ears. Nice shot. Could this be the ghost of a professional mouse ball player? He looked over for 2 seconds. Then, I fainted. The following night, I hid behind the sand dune. This time, Clam. I was going to surprise the ghost. That's right. No more fainting for this mouse. At the stroke of midnight, I heard his paw steps. Thump, thump, flop, thump, flop. This time, he was slurping on a mango. It was so strange. I had no idea ghosts like to eat. I wondered if they sometimes ate the leftovers from my mega-huge fridge. I always blamed Trap when my pet mysteriously disappeared. But maybe it was a ghost. Now, I would finally find out the truth. I was getting excited. After all, I am a newspaper mouse. I'd like to get the scoop. With a squeak, I jumped up from behind the sand dune. Paws up! I stammered. Don't move and you won't get hurt. I was petrified. Seconds later, the pit of the mango caught me right between my eyes. I went down like a bowling pin. When I came to, the ghost was bending over me.
His eyes glowed in the moonlight. Could it be? I blinked. Yes, it was. I was staring at the ghost of Rough Rat Ricky, otherwise known as Bouncer! A ghost! The ghost leaned toward me. "No, Mousy Mouse!" he shrieked at the top of his lungs. I shook my head. Even as a ghost, Rough Rat Ricky, a.k.a. Bouncer, was still just as loud. I was frightened out of my skull. "Bouncer, you're a ghost!" I squeaked. I opened my eyes really wide. I've never seen a live ghost before. Sure, I've had lots of near misses, like when I was trapped in an old mansion that appeared to be haunted by cats, or when I was chased through subway tunnels by an oversized phantom. This was the first time I'd ever been snout to snout with an honest-to-good mouse ghost! My fur stood on end. My knees felt weak. Then I noticed something strange. Bouncer wasn't floating in the air. You couldn't see through his body. In fact, he looked just like he always did. "Ho, ho, ho! I'm no ghost, Mousy Mouse!" Bouncer snickered. "You've been reading too many spooky stories!" I watched as he stuffed his face with an entire pineapple. No, a ghost wouldn't eat food that way, but a real live Bouncer would! It turns out, Bouncer had been living on the other side of the island. He had sprained his ankle when a plane crashed. He'd made a crutch to help him walk. Can you guess what his paw steps sounded like? Thump, flop. Thump, flop. Thump, flop. Oysters on the half shell. That night, we celebrated Bouncer's return with a delicious meal. Here's the menu. Oysters on the half shell. Crab legs, minus the body. Tuna, out of water. Various fruits. I licked my whiskers. Cheesecake! I was so hungry, my tummy was rumbling in 3 different languages. I decided to start with the oysters, but when I bit into one, I heard a horrifying crunch. "Slimy Swiss balls!" I shrieked. I had chipped my tooth on something. I spit the nasty object into my paw. I could hardly believe my eyes. There, in my paw, lay an enormous, glittering, white pearl. Thea quickly opened the other oysters. Each one contained a pearl. Trap's eyes were shining with excitement. "We're rich! We're rich!" he sang. "I knew you were good for something, Cousin Kens!" Are you a team player? The next morning, Trap woke me up at dawn. "Wake up, Geronimoid!" he shouted in my ear. "I've decided we need to go swimming!" "No, make that you need to go swimming!" Uh-oh, I didn't like the sound of this. "We need to find more oysters!" Trap went on. "More oysters, more pearls! Got it, Germeister?" I'd shoot my whiskers. "Why me?" I mumbled. "Why can't you go?" Trap shook his head. "Well, isn't that just like you, cousin? So self-centered. You need to learn to be a team player," he spoke. "Now, I've divided our jobs. You dive for the pearls, and I'll stay on the beach and watch." I was too tired to argue. I grabbed a basket, then I dove into the water. It was freezing. Oh, where was a nice warm wetsuit when you needed one? I dove deeper and deeper. There were many tiny colored fish around me. I swam by coral, sea anemones, starfish, octopuses, and more. Finally, I spotted them. Hundreds, no, thousands, no, gazillions of oysters! I threw them into my basket. Then I swam up to the surface. Far away, I saw Trap waving his paws in the air. What was my crazy cousin up to now? I wondered. He was yelling something, but I couldn't understand a word of it. It sounded like "Shar, shar." I rolled my eyes. He was probably telling me I needed to share. Share the oysters, share the pearls, share the wealth. What kind of a mouse did he think I was? Of course I would share these treasures with my family. Just then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. Bing! A bell went off inside my brain. Trap wasn't lecturing me about sharing. He was warning me about a giant shark! I began to swim like a maniac! Watch out for sharks! The shark was so close, I could smell its rotten breath. Have you ever passed by the seafood section in a supermarket? That is exactly how it smelled. The shark had its mouth wide open. I could see its razor-sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. Oh, please don't eat me! I'm not fish food! I begged. How about some nice tuna instead? Or maybe a couple of jellyfish? I didn't mean to pick on the other fish, but what could I do? I was desperate! Just then, I heard a scream. "I'll take care of it, Mousy Mouse!" a voice called. I looked up. Bouncer was doing a cannonball off a high cliff. He landed right on the shark's back. Crash! Instantly, the shark closed its eyes. Then, it started snoring. At last, I reached the beach. "It's about time!" Trap snickered. He took the oysters. Then, he gave me back the empty basket. "Off you go!" he ordered. "And this time, you should really watch out for those sharks!" The old Bouncer treatment. That evening, Bouncer and I walked to the waterfall behind our camp. We each carried an empty coconut shell to collect water. The sand around the waterfall glistened in the moonlight. I picked up a pawful. No, this wasn't any old beach sand. These were quartz crystals! We were about to return to camp when we heard some voices. We peeked over the dune. A broken-down canoe was nearing the beach. Two odd-looking mice were on board. The first was as thin as string cheese. He had huge buck teeth and was dressed in a moth-eaten captain's uniform. His sunglasses were held together by an adhesive bandage. The other was as round as a ball of mozzarella. He wore a tiny sailor's hat and an old-fashioned one-piece black swimsuit. On two of his paws, he wore yellow flippers tied on with rubber bands. While the chubby one rode, he sang this tune. "Treasure hunters are we sail across the sea. We search for jewelry and silver and gold. We lie and cheat and don't do what we're told. So get out of our way or we'll make you pay. Oh, treasure hunters are we." The chubby one looked so excited he could hardly sit still. He bounced up and down like a yo-yo. The canoe rocked and swayed. "No one gets in our way, right, Capitan? Right?" he squeaked. "We'll squish 'em! We'll squash 'em! We'll turn 'em into cat food! Right? Right?" The captain snorted.
Less talking and more rowing, Chatterbox Charlie.
He muttered. But the chubby one kept on squeaking. "We can't tell anyone that we have the treasure map! Right, Capitan? Right?" the chubby one babbled on. "And we especially can't tell anyone that the treasure is hidden under a rock shaped like a cannon! Right, Capitan? Right?" The captain stood with his paws on his hips.
Quiet!
He shrieked. The chubby one blinked for 2 seconds. Then he continued chattering on and on about the treasure. "Where can it be? Oh, where, he jabbered. The captain looked like he was about to explode.
Enough!
He cried.
Why don't you dive in and look for the rock? Or better yet, look for a muzzle!
Splash! The chubby one hit the water. A few minutes later, he surfaced.
No rock shaped like the cannon, just rocks shaped like rocks,
he announced. The captain scratched his head.
Then we'll anchor by the island,
he decided. I grabbed Bouncer's paw. What are we going to do now? I whispered. Something told me these rodents weren't looking to make friends. Bouncer was gnawing away on a hunk of pineapple.
I can always give them the old bouncer treatment, Mousy Mouse,
he offered. I chewed my whiskers. The old bouncer treatment? I asked.
Sure,
Bouncer snickered.
First, I tie up their whiskers. Then, I shave off their fur. Then...
I quickly shook my head. I wasn't into violence. That's no way to solve a problem. We just need to get them off the island, I told Bouncer, a glittering white ghost. Bouncer came up with a plan.
Wait for me here, Mousy Mouse,
he said. Then he took off. In the meantime, the two scoundrels had reached the island.
Forward, march!
Ordered the captain. The chubby one lit an oil lamp. He grabbed a shovel and started trudging through the sand. I cringed. They were headed straight for me. But where was Bouncer? Just then, I heard a rustling sound behind me. A white ghost emerged from the shadows. He was moaning.
Ram! Move it! Get lost!
I opened my mouth to scream, but my vocal cords were frozen. Then the ghost whispered in my ear.
Pretty good, huh, Mousy Mouse?
I should have known. It was just Bouncer. Before I could respond, he galloped down the path.
Scram! Move it!
He howled in a spooky voice.
Get lost!
When the two crooks saw him, they turned white.
A ghost!
They cried. They tore down the path and jumped into their canoe. They paddled away so fast, you'd think they were in a speedboat.
I rolled in the quartz crystal sand,
Bouncer told me.
Pretty cool, huh, Mousy Mouse?
It was then that I noticed the crooks had lost their treasure map. Under the rock, shaped like a cannon, the treasure is found, I read aloud. I was curious. Was there really a treasure? Bouncer scratched his head.
Bet my finger I've seen that rock somewhere around here,
he mumbled. Do you love gold? We decided to take a look. Bouncer searched everything on one side of the path. I searched the other. I tiptoed into the dense bushes. My teeth were chattering. Who knew how many poisonous snakes were watching my every move, getting ready to bite me, or strangle me, or invite me to the family barbecue as the main dish? I was about to turn back when I noticed a peculiar rock. Holy cheese! It was shaped just like a cannon. It was covered with moss and vines. By the light of the moon, I could just make out words carved into the stone. It was a strange riddle.
Does my treasure make you want to sing? Do you love gold more than anything? If so, then look around carefully. Nothing is as it seems, you see? Take a seat and look around. What's that hiding underground? Once you find it, you will see. My treasure is just
like a home to me. I scratched my head. What could it mean? I sat down on a stone that looked like a seesaw to think. Suddenly, it began to move. A big hole opened up in the ground. Now, where did that lead? I am not a brave mouse, but my curiosity got to me. I decided to take a little peek, but as soon as I set paw in the hole, the stone closed over my head. I was stuck like a rat in a trap. Help! I screeched. Oh, how do I always get myself into these terrifying situations? I'm a good mouse. I'm considerate. I help older rodents. I'm kind to mouselings. Well, there was that one time I pulled little Billy Bradford's tail, but he asked for it. He was picking on my dear nephew Benjamin. Bouncer's paw steps broke into my thoughts. "Where are you, Mousy Mouse?" he called. I jumped to my paws. "Under here!" I yelled. "Look for the trap door!" "You lost your ear in a trap door?" Bouncer replied. I began to chew my whiskers. "Sit on top of the stone seesaw!" I tried. "Stone paw?" Bouncer said. "You found the paw?" I hung my head in my paws. Rancid rat hairs! We could go on like this forever. I'd be old and gray before Bouncer found that trap door. Just as I began to sob, the door opened. "There you are, Mousy Mouse!" Bouncer cried. "Your ear looks fine! Now, where's that paw?" "Did you see a ghost?" Two strong paws reached down and pulled me out of the hole. It was my cousin Trap. Thea and Benjamin were right behind him. My screams of terror must have woken them up. Did I mention I'm afraid of the dark? Meanwhile, Bouncer was jumping up and down with excitement. "What was under there, Mousy Mouse? You look a little pale. Did you see a ghost? Come on, let's go down." He stuck a branch into the trapdoor to hold it open. I was still frightened, but I have to admit, I was also curious. What was down below? A treasure chest? Bags of gold? Sparkling gemstones? A family of ghost pirates? I shivered. At least I had my family with me. My grandma Honeywhisker always said there's safety in numbers. If we ran into trouble, we could protect one another. Together, we gathered in front of the trapdoor. Bouncer led the way. "Last one in is a rotten rodent!" Trap snickered, pushing me ahead of him. We headed down a very long staircase. Down, down, down we crept. Bouncer led the way. He was holding a candle. The flickering light cast spooky shadows against the walls. Chewy cheese bits! I was so scared, I stopped blinking. Finally, we reached the end of the staircase. That's when I heard a rustling sound. Then, warm, soft, hairy wings brushed against my fur. That could only mean one thing! A bat! A bat! I squeaked. I flung my paws in the air. I guess that scared the bat. He got his claws tangled up in my fur. He seemed frozen with fear. I could feel his whole body trembling. I was trembling too. "Listen, just let go and we'll both be happy," I coaxed the bat. Instead, it hung on for dear life. I groaned. This is what I got for not taking bat as a second language in school. No, I had taken teddy bear hamster instead. And of course I never used it. How many teddy bear hamsters do you know? Benjamin's small voice cut into my thoughts.
Hang on, Uncle Geronimo! I'll help you!
He cried. In a flash, he untangled the bat from my fur. I was so relieved, I almost fainted. Thea slapped me on the side of my snout.
Don't faint, Cherry Berry!
She commanded. Trap was right behind her.
Don't faint, Jarmeister!
He agreed, slapping the other side of my snout. Bouncer threw a pail of freezing water on my snout.
Don't faint, Mousy Mouse!
He bellowed. I shook my head.
Enough!
I screamed.
I feel fine!
At that instant, a stalactite hit me on the head like a bullet. I was out cold before I even hit the ground. A lump as big as a ball of mozzarella. When I came to, I felt the lump on my head. It was the size of a giant ball of mozzarella. I'm talking family-size portion. Thea, Trap, Benjamin, and Bouncer rushed to my side.
He looks like he's about to faint again!
Thea shouted. I quickly jumped to my paws. I'm fine, I squeaked. No one was going to slap this mouse around again. We continued on our way down a dark, rocky corridor. Suddenly, the passageway began to get light. Finally, we reached the bottom. Holy cheese! We all yelled at once. We were in an immense underground cavern filled with water. The walls were made of dazzling quartz crystals. The water below shimmered in their light. Colored fish darted in and out. It was a magical sight. But there was an even bigger surprise. At the center of the cavern sat an enormous galleon. It was a genuine pirate ship. I could hardly believe my eyes. Then I noticed the name of the ship. It was called Treasure. I took out the map and stared at it. Under the rock, shaped as a cannon, the treasure is found, I read aloud. I looked up at my family and Bouncer. Cheesecake, I squeaked. The ship is the treasure! Heave ho! With a splash, Trap dove into the water. Nothing gets my cousin moving like the mention of a treasure. Brr! The water's freezing! He screeched as he paddled toward the ship. Am I still moving? Am I still breathing? I can't even feel my own fur! I rolled my eyes. Trap really should consider becoming an actor, I thought. He's the most dramatic rodent I know. When he reached the ship, Trap lowered a small ladder for the rest of us to climb.
Now we can sail home!
Thea squeaked. Meanwhile, Bouncer and Trap tried to lift the anchor.
Heave!
Oh! Heave! Oh! It was so heavy that it wouldn't budge. But just at that moment, something totally strange happened. The ship began moving all by itself. The masts rose into the air. Minutes later, the galleon drifted out of the mouth of the cavern and headed out to sea. Was the ship haunted, or was there some logical explanation? There was no time to think about it. I ran to help Trap and Thea with the sails. The ship shot off like a cat in an attic full of mice. Want me to be a pilot? Bouncer asked, reaching for the steering wheel. No! We all shouted at once. Thea pushed Bouncer aside and grabbed the wheel.
I'll handle this,
she said. Meanwhile, Benjamin was busy drawing a sketch on a banana leaf. It showed a picture of the pirate ship in its secret hiding place. That's very good, nephew, I told him. Benjamin beamed.
I just had the best idea, Uncle,
he said.
You can use it in your next book.
What book? I asked. It felt like years since I had sat down at my desk to write.
The book about this adventure.
Benjamin grinned. A book about deserted islands, pirate ships, and treasure. Maybe Benjamin was right. It did sound like an exciting story. The island's last secret. The ship glided off into the warm southerly winds. The breeze felt great, rippling through my fur. It felt good to be out on the open sea. I guess I'd had enough of Thump Flop Island. I was looking forward to going home. I took one last look at the island. That's when I heard the sound. No, it wasn't a seagull squawking. It wasn't a monkey chattering. It sounded like... Thump, flop. I gulped. Was it the ghost of Silverpaw? Did he really live on Thump Flop Island? I smiled under my whiskers. I guess everyone has a right to a secret. Even an island. Silverpaw's ship's log. By now, the island was far behind us. Thea quickly began to bark out orders.
Trap, you'll do the cooking. Bouncer, you'll be in charge of the sails. Benjamin, you'll keep the cabins neat and tidy. And Geronimo, you'll search for the navigational controls.
She commanded.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Trap muttered sarcastically. But he hopped to it when Thea looked at him. My sister can be a little scary when she wants to. I headed for the pirate's cabin. There were swords and sabers hanging on the walls. An oil painting glared at me. It was a picture of the pirate Silverpaw. How strange. For some reason, he looked so familiar. I opened the desk drawer. So many papers. What a mess. Old Silverpaw really needed a secretary. Thank goodness for my secretary, Mousella. Without her, I would never get anything done at the Rodents Gazette. She keeps me organized. I leaped through the logbook. It showed all of the voyages the ship had taken. It also mentioned the tons and tons of gold seized. I wondered where all of that gold was now. Then I found a family album of sorts. When I opened it, I could hardly believe my eyes. On one of the pages was written the name Stilton. Something familiar. I kept reading, and I soon discovered that the great-great-great-great-grandfather of my great-grandfather was a cousin of the pirate Silverpaw. Jumping gerbil babies! That meant I had pirate blood in my veins. I glanced at the picture of Silverpaw. For a second, I wondered what I would look like with an eye patch. Maybe I would try one on when I got home. Geronimo the pirate. I sort of liked the sound of it. It made me feel rough and rugged, not more like my usual self.
Have you found the controls yet? What's taking you so long, cheese brain?
My sister screeched. I raced upstairs. So much for rough and rugged. I couldn't wait to tell Trap, Thea, and Benjamin what I discovered. My relatives seemed proud to have pirate blood in their veins. We were still talking about pirates when Ben interrupted us.
Come look!
He called. He had finished polishing the ship's brass fixtures. They were brilliant! In fact, they look as if they were made of gold.
Cheesecake!
Trap squeaked.
It is gold!
Yes, everything on the ship was made of gold. The door handles, the faucets, the pots, even the anchor. So that was why the ship was called Treasure. It really was worth its weight in gold. I proposed donating the ship to the National Mouseum of New Mouse City in the name of the Stilton family. It is an important moment in our family's history, I explained. It will be great to share it with all the rodents on Mouse Island. Our past, for good or for better, belongs to us. We need to know it in order to know ourselves better. Black clouds on the horizon. The following morning, I found Bouncer and Trap in the kitchen. Trap was cooking and Bouncer was eating. Well, I guess you could call it eating. He looked more like a food processor stuck on high speed. Bouncer was shoveling food into his mouth so fast, his paws were a blur. "Yo, Mousy Mouse," he called to me. "Your cousin and I have decided to open a seafood restaurant when we get home." He held up a soup spoon with what looked like some oysters in it. "Wanna taste?" he asked. I shook my head. The last time I ate seafood cooked by my cousin, I got horribly sick. I was in the bathroom half the night, and I wasn't reading the newspaper. I left the kitchen and found Thea in Silverpaw's cabin. She was busy studying ancient nautical charts to plot out our route. Just then, Benjamin ran into the room.
Uncle Geronimo! Black clouds on the horizon!
We raced up to the deck. Thea shook her head worriedly.
Looks like a real storm is brewing.
She confirmed. We lowered the sails and substituted them with smaller ones. Now, if the wind blew really hard, the ship would not pick up too much speed. We closed the portholes to prevent water from seeping in. Then, we tied ourselves to the side of the ship to keep from being blown overboard. Did I mention I hate bad weather? It can be so wild. It can be so crazy. It can be so hard on your fur. Once, I got caught in a downpour before I was about to give a speech. I was so embarrassed. What a bad fur day. To keep our spirits up, Bouncer and Trap told us some sailor jokes. I must have been delirious, because I thought they were funny. Sailor jokes.
Captain, throw out the anchor! Sailor, but sir, it's still new! A leak springs on board a ship. The captain arrives. Unfortunately, it is already too late. The ship is about to sink. The captain shouts at the cabin boy, "Cabin boy, when you saw that the water was coming in, you should have called me, fool!" The cabin boy looks surprised. "But Captain," he protests, "it's not right to be rude. I would never call you fool."
Stilton sinks. By now, the sky had turned black as night. The wind was blowing furiously. The waves were as high as the Sky Rat Tower Bistro in New Mouse City. Rodents pay lots of money to eat there. You can see the whole city from its incredible rooftop terrace. Of course, the Sky Rat is not for me. I get a little queasy when I'm up in high places. I was thinking about the Sky Rat as the ship bounced up and down on the water. My stomach was bouncing up and down too. I felt as green as a piece of moldy cheese. At that moment, a sail split in two. "We need to take it down!" Bouncer shouted. He quickly leaped onto the bridge.
"I'll stay here with the women and children,"
Trap announced. Reluctantly, I followed Bouncer. The ship tilted dangerously to one side. Oh, what a way to go! Washed overboard into the wild ocean waves! I could just read the headlines. Stilton sinks in the southern seas. Popular newspaper publisher, all washed up. What a tragedy. Still, there was no time to cry about it now. I had a job to do helping Bouncer. At last, we were able to lower the split sail. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when something even more terrifying happened. The rope holding my dear sweet nephew snapped in two. Benjamin was sliding into the sea. I rushed toward him. I was able to grab his paw, but he was slipping fast. Slimy Swiss balls! We were both falling snout first into the ocean! Then, a huge hairy paw appeared out of nowhere. It grabbed me by the scruff of the neck. In fact, it picked us both up. Bouncer grinned.
No time for swimming, mousy mice, he said with a chuckle. In case you haven't noticed, there's a terrible storm going on. At last, the sky began to clear.
The worst is over!
My sister announced.
The storm is passing!
I was so happy I kissed everyone, even Bouncer and my annoying cousin Trap. Wonderful Fabumouse, Mouse Island. Finally, one morning we spotted an island. Oh, I'm not talking about any old island. This was the best island on the whole planet. Wonderful Fabumouse, Mouse Island! We drifted past the Statue of Liberty holding up her piece of cheese. Today, she seemed to be smiling right at us. Ah, it felt so good to be home at last. I glanced at the others. Even Trap had tears in his eyes. After one big group hug, we twisted our tails together and shouted, "Nothing can stop the Stilton family!" The crowd on land stared at us open-mouthed. I guess we must have looked strange. After all, it's not every day a pirate ship sails into New Mouse City Harbor. We are donating this pirate ship of Silver Paws and its precious cargo to the good rodents of New Mouse City, I announced. Everyone clapped. Hurrah for the Stilton family! Hurrah for New Mouse City! They cheered a surprise telephone call. Do you want to know how it all ended? Silverpaw's ship became a splendid floating museum. It was dedicated to the history of pirates. Old mice and young came to visit. Yes, it was quite the tour-at attraction. Trap bought a pirate costume and gave private tours for a small fee. Leave it to my cousin to cash in on our good fortune. Thea decided to take another vacation. Guess where she ended up this time? The Soft Squeak Resort. Of course, she had a fantastic time. There's nothing like the squeak for a relaxing getaway. And, knowing my sister, she probably met dozens and dozens of admirers there. As for me, I was thrilled to go back to work. No more dangerous adventures for me. I'm too fond of my tail. One day, I got a call. "Yo, Mousy Mouse!" a voice squeaked on the other end. "It's your old pal Rough Rat Ricky, a.k.a. Bouncer! Listen, I'm coming to visit you!" All of a sudden, I felt a giant headache coming on. "My mom can't wait to meet you! And my 12 little cousins are so excited, they can hardly sit still!" he continued. "Better stock up on the cheese, though! These crazy rascals will eat you out of house and home!" I tried to squeak, but no sound came out. Stars swam before my eyes. Bouncer and his whole family were coming to stay with me. There was only one thing to do. I fainted.
Geronimo Stilton, cat and mouse in a haunted house. It was a foggy October night. Oh, how I wished I was home in my comfy mouse hole. It was the perfect night to curl up with a good book and a cup of hot cheddar. But I wasn't at home. I wish I could say I was bowling down at Lucky Paul Lane's, or nibbling on a delicious dinner at my favorite French restaurant, Le Squeakerie. But I was far away from every mouse I knew. I was stuck in the middle of the dark forest. Do you want to know why? Let me tell you. Oh, but first, let me introduce my publish a paper called the Rodents Gazette. It is the most popular paper on Mouse Island. Our only competition is the Daily Rat, but that's another story. Let's see, where was I? Oh yes, how I got to the dark forest. Well, I had left New Mouse City to go visit my Aunt Sue.
Hey, what's up everyone? Kubani456 here today. Going to be starting another brand new Let's Play on a brand new Nintendo Wii U game that just released a few moments ago. And here it is. Super Mario 3D World. But I will not be doing this game alone, as I have a very special guest joining me. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
This is Giancarlo Pyramid 11, and you better love me.
Yes, so Giancarlo is visiting me right now, and we are going to be doing some Super Mario 3D World co-op. And also make sure to go check out his channel, because we will be doing a Mario Party island tour on his channel, so do be sure to check that out. But you ready for this?
Yes, ma'am.
Shut up. Alright, my body is ready. Let's go!
Your body is too ready.
We're gonna become furries in this LP.
Hello.
get all of the furry costumes.
Oh my god.
Look at this though. This looks pretty freaking. Oh, look at that! It supports all controllers. That's
insane.
Great. So,
I wouldn't want to play this with the Wii remote though, because since it's like a 3D game, you don't want to be playing with the D-pad. It's just really uncomfortable.
Exactly. But here we go. This is the opening menu right here. Look at this. This looks amazing. And John is going to be playing with the Wii U gamepad, while I'm going to be playing with the Pro controller that came with the Wii U. Finally, this thing has some use. But ready to go into the panel 1 right here? Let's see. Alright, there we go. The heck?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Luigi.
Okay,
I
right.
like Luigi the most.
Right.
So, if you all did not know this, though, each character has special abilities. Like Mario is the most. Cutscene.
Let's sit and play.
Dang, look at that. Mario and Luigi actually become partners. For once.
What is a clear pipe about? I know that's one thing in this game.
I think now we can finally actually go through. I think that's the whole premise of them showing us. Oh, snap, look at this. We got those Super Mario 3D lands. It's right here. Little cloud boxes.
A little art.
Holy,
that looks beautiful.
I know, holy 1080p HD.
Wow.
What?
Are you kidding me? Of course.
And of course Luigi is last. But seriously, I find it so funny how Peach was actually the first one to leap into it. Now this all makes sense.
Oh dear lord.
Oh yes. Well, look here, it's the Super Mario Brothers. And there's that little mysterious thing. But dude, look at this hub world. Oh my god. This is
Okay,
press it. Okay, press it. I don't have to.
What?
Hold on a second. Why do they look so weird when moving around?
Wow, look, you can actually move around in the overworld like this. What do you mean why they look so weird?
Like, I'm following you for some reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you don't get to move?
No, I don't get to move at all.
What?
How do I like run faster?
You hold Y.
Oh, you hold the left.
Oh my god, it's like New Super Mario Brothers U. Come on.
Okay. I was a bit confused there.
Just
but,
jump in here?
Yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and start into the first world. I was wondering what the heck is going on here. But,
Super Bell Hill.
alright. Ready, John?
That reminds me of Windy Hill. Whoa.
He's a bit slow here, Luigi.
Wait, what do we... Do you see that speed boost thing? What is
Yeah,
that?
look at that. It's
What
like
the heck is that?
if you hold on long enough, you actually get the speed boost.
Is this Mario Kart? Ooh, become a
Give me
cat
that!
off the bat.
Oh, yes!
Ah, you get two.
Alright.
Oh, not bad.
Okay, so let's see here. What do we get? Ooh!
Wait, how do
okay.
I? Okay, there we go.
So we can run, alright, so we can run, and then if you actually hold the attack button, you can actually do a fly. That's pretty sweet. So you gotta come up here though, see if I can find something special. Yo, dude, come on. Oh, what the heck? It's not right. Why does Luigi have to fall over? But dude, this is so awesome so far. Okay, I'm gonna come down here. Alright, there we go. Look at that. We go through the clear pipes and everything.
Oh my god, wow, already missing up. Hello?
Ooh, what the heck?
Ooh.
How the heck? Okay.
Oh.
Oh, it's showing that that's...
See, why would I take the stairs? I'm a cat. Come on now. Ugh. Wait. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, I'm good. Whoa. No way.
I'll carry you. I'll carry you.
Oh my god. Wow.
That's kind of crazy.
I was almost dead right there, seriously.
Yeah. Dude, look at this place. So this thing... Wait, let me get that so I can...
Oh my god. This man lost his hat and everything. Lost his pride, his dignity.
Ooh, wait.
His personality.
I will come up here and get myself that cat Mario or cat Luigi. This is awesome.
Look at this man just...
Even the cats are swimming.
You would think you'd lose your power up after getting in the water or something. I was trying to test that out to see. Because you know how cats don't like water. I was like, I mean, it would make sense to me at least. Alright, it's got the green star. Hello, don't leave me back here.
What is this thing all about right here? Do I have to catch the bunny? What the?
Oh my god!
There we go.
I lost my catness.
Dude, we're ginormous. We're wrecking soul.
Right, we'll leave that one alone. Yeah. Come on, it'll be lonely.
We gotta make sure we crush everything though.
You got on me though.
Just make sure we don't miss any. Make sure we don't miss any green stars. Get down here, please.
Are you kidding me? Oh, it's a green star?
Yes, very nice.
Wow.
Okay, awesome. And I almost fell down.
Where are you taking me? Oh, okay. No, that was completely what? Was I just carrying you?
Yeah, you were. Alright.
This makes no sense.
Oh my god, what the heck? What?
Yeah.
Okay, these controls, I definitely gotta get used to.
Oh,
there we go!
A nice and clean finish. Wait, does that mean you win?
I don't know. This game though is a lot more competitive though, so now it's like with this game you have to actually like compete with each other and get the best score at the same time while doing teamwork. So that's kind of cool. We'll see who wins.
Oh my god! Wow, that makes absolutely no sense. I completely crushed you.
Dude, no.
Nah.
I completely destroyed you.
How? That makes it.
No idea, but nevertheless, that was still.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, look at that! I get the crown.
Nah, I'm getting that crown. Just wait.
I wonder what the crown actually does.
I was taking that crown back.
I wonder what the crown does. Oh, look! Did you see that right there?
Yeah, the retro.
Nice, a little nice retro.
I still lead though. Where's your crown? I still lead. You still follow me even though you got that crown. I think it matters.
Oh, hey, what's this?
Ooh, I thought it was gonna be a power up. I was like, I'm gonna start off as a cat. What?
That's kind of cool though. Like how this hub world's kind of like, you know, you can explore in it, but still at the same time it's linear, so it's not like you're gonna be losing a ton of time.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
I need that crown though, so I'm pretty sure you get the crowns by like doing the most, I guess. Like the most. Oh my god.
Getting the highest score, whatever.
Yeah.
So I actually like the controls though. They're not too bad. There's something that I gotta get used to definitely, but
see, we started off as like pretty much helping each other out, but now like
oh, look at this! Oh my god! I can get it to the shelf. That is ridiculously awesome. Oh, you're the one that talks about it. Oh, hey.
What's the problem? I'm trying to get this crown right now. Okay. Yes.
You get nothing.
No, I'm getting the crown back. See? What?
Dude,
look
at that.
See, this man's gonna keep trying to get these points. I'm not gonna let this happen. Nah, come. Oh my god. Wait, I got this. No.
There we go. Very
Jesus.
nice. The skills that I carry.
Oh my God,
See
what are
here?
you talking
I'm
about?
a veteran in Mario games. John is not, however.
What are you talking about? I play every single Mario game that comes out. You just don't know it.
I'm just much better.
That's why I'm gonna take that crown right now. Watch.
We'll see. Alright, here we go.
Ooh.
Hey, no. What the heck?
Yeah. See, I don't know what you're talking about.
Woo! Alright, I'm gonna come through here actually. Though, dude, aren't these graphics gorgeous? Look at this.
Yeah, they're really nice.
Like, they really didn't put a lot about this
good
game.
enough. 4,000. Definitely, that crown's definitely mine this round. I don't know what you're talking about. Definitely mine this round. I just got that star. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at this power.
We got ourselves that.
How did you even do that? What? How'd you get back up there? Oh yeah,
I got the super high
Yeah.
jump.
Oh my god. Wow. Ah. No.
Yes!
Oh my god. Wow.
The success, the power.
Ooh. Oh. 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 I don't know what I just did.
I have no idea what you just said.
Oh Jesus. Oh god. Oh.
Alright.
Oh. No.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that crown is mine.
That was you, not me.
Wait, where are you? See, I'm getting distracted now. This isn't happening. I'm getting these coins.
Alright, I'm coming back up here, dude. You can stay down there and stuff, but
What are you talking about? Look at this.
Me.
Wow.
alright. How the heck?
1,000. Wait, no, come back.
How the heck do we get up there?
Wait, what are you doing? We gotta come back. Hello?
There's a
It's definitely not supposed to be that way.
there's a top pathway, dude.
Oh, it really is?
There was.
Oh.
I can't get to it though. I don't know how.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Wait, I got. Wow.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? This is embarrassing. What? Ooh. Look at that!
Wait a second, there's something up there.
I went insane. See a somersault thing? What I can do again. What?
No! He lost the power.
Wait, I got this, watch. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
I get all this money.
Oh my god. See?
Secret.
I'm getting so distracted by this game. Wait. Whoa! Whoa, no.
Whoa, dude, they actually.
Oh, I thought that was maybe worth way more than that. Like, oh my god!
Yes.
You definitely keep the crown now.
Oh
I'm
my god.
tired of this, man.
Wait a second.
Wait a
You
minute.
did not.
Ooh, wait. It's mine. Hello?
How did you pull that out?
Hold on. It's mine. Oh. Are you kidding? No! wait. No! What?
You got
That's what. Wow, that's. Okay, that's definitely my fault.
Luigi number 1.
Nah.
Dude, that was. Oh my god.
Luigi number nothing.
And sorry if we haven't explained to us.
Yeah.
You got some
What?
stamp collection. Okay.
Watch. I still win, even though I didn't get on the full watch. Are you kidding? What? That makes absolutely no sense. I completely destroyed you in that.
Not at all, dude.
Oh my god, that is no. Okay.
I can't believe I actually like almost doubled you in points.
That makes no sense. Nah, the next flag's gonna be mine. Look at that nice retro Mario.
I know that. I like that though.
Do I go? I don't even have to go to the. I'm gonna step on this man.
Yeah, step on him or
Yeah.
talk to him or ooh, he gives stars. I think I heard though, if you like collect those green stars or something like that, you unlock like a special
Charging chunk block. What? Nah.
Dude, we gotta kill these guys.
No! Are you? Oh! The crowd falls.
Are you?
In the stupidest stage ever, the crowd falls off.
I hate you.
I am the king.
I hate.
What? That makes absolutely no. This game hates me. This game is stupid.
I guess because I killed the majority of them.
Nah.
What the heck?
What are you talking about?
Okay,
I killed this man.
Okay, in the comments below, let us know who
No,
you want to have the crown the majority of the game.
No,
Do you want it to be me?
It's definitely your channel. Obviously, they're gonna be like you. Come on now. You wanna get the mushroom?
I don't think we need it right now. I think that's for lives and stuff. You want it to be me, or do you want it to be Giancarlo Perimango and root for who you want to win the most?
Definitely gonna be like 2 people that say me, and then the rest of you. Mountain Bean. What?
Bean points. Let's go. Oh, this is the stage that we saw from the trailer. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna climb up here.
Oh my god, this man's trying to get all the points. What is that? Oh. Yeah, there's one over here too, so don't even think you got. Ooh! Yes!
I hate you.
Nah, I'm gonna get the crown. It's gonna fall right off. Oh Jesus Christ.
Ah!
Oh my god.
Ooh!
No!
No! You gotta be. Oh, yes, I did get it. Okay, awesome.
Yes! Oh, are you kidding me? Wait, I got this. Yes.
Okay, I'm getting.
No, what am I doing? Hello? When did I pull that off?
Going on?
Oh, was I helicopter Mario? Is that a new power up? Ooh, I'm about to get all these coins. Oh!
Ooh, get those coins, quick.
Ooh.
Ooh, get him. Oh, look
I'm not a cat. Oh crap, I'm a cat now.
Oh my god.
Oh god, I got it! There it is.
Yes!
Are you serious? You made me do all that work for this? You're such a troll, Kobe. I'm so done with you, man.
I trolled John so hard with it. That's beautiful.
No, that's mine. Did I get it? Oh,
I did not.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Wow. See, in the first stage, he helped me.
Yeah, but then after I saw how you want to take my crown, that's my.
Wait, I just knocked it off with the cat suit.
What the heck did you? How did you knock my crown off?
I didn't take it though. But you're gonna get it back if you win the stage, which you won't. So, oh my god, wow, really? I gotta be on top of my game right now.
These platforms. Oh, look at him go with the cat. Yeah, that's right. If y'all didn't know, Cat Mario can actually climb on walls, so it's pretty cool. Kind of reminds me of the parkour abilities from Sonic Voice World.
Do you really have to make everything about Sonic though?
Shut up.
Oh my god.
Sonic is
Oh,
cool.
there we go. It's mine. Wait, what is that? I don't need this. Wait, what is
What the? Whoa!
Oh,
This game.
what?
Oh my god, it's
Whoa! Yes!
Woo! Are you?
Woo!
Are you?
It's over! The crown is mine! I bet you'll get the crown anyway at the end.
Are you kidding me?
It fell off. Obviously, you're supposed to. Hey, look. Oh! Are you kidding me?
Wait a second. What?
Wow, good, nice job.
Wait
nice
a
job.
second. What the heck?
I
What
could
did
have
my
gotten.
move work?
Are you kidding me? Wow, I was definitely owning that stage. You died on purpose just to make me.
No, I didn't. I did not. What the heck just happened there? That was so weird.
I think it was my fault.
Oh my god.
Ooh, look at helicopter Mario. I made this power up happen. It's mine. It's mine. It's all
You
mine.
are an African.
I'm gonna throw you at the flower.
Wait a sec. There's something right there.
What? How did you even know that? Ooh. Are you kidding? Nah, you're doing this. Okay. Actually, you know what? No. Nah, son, that's what you're trying to do.
You gotta get the rest.
Oh my god, wow. Nah, I'd rather you not. I'd rather you. I'm not doing this for me. No, I'm not doing this for you. You're about to get those nice 4,000 points for what?
Oh my
Me to
god.
lose? No, thank you.
Dude, you ruined the LP now.
No, I didn't.
You see? We get points. Like, those green stars are important.
Are they really?
Yeah.
So I ruined the
stuff.
No, I didn't ruin the LP. You did because you could have done it.
We gotta, now we gotta, oh.
No way. Oh.
Now what you gotta do now is, now we gotta research this entire thing.
No, we don't.
Look me up.
Jesus. Wow, why do I have to do...
What the heck happened to me right there?
I don't know. How come you came back, but you didn't come back over there when we were over there? That makes sense. Yeah, but this is where it's gonna get real, because I'm about to win here. I get this. Oh crap. No! No!
What
Get
the
away
heck?
from me. No, wait. No.
I'm faster than this man. Look at me.
Oh
I
my
believe
God.
I can fly.
I'm tired of this.
See, this is what you get. This is what happens, John, when you're not a team player like I
A
was.
team player? You're not a team player. You're trying to kill me this whole time.
What?
There you go.
Are you kidding me? What the heck? I couldn't even.
Ooh, this is my kill right here. What the heck?
Wow.
Obviously,
that
I
was
don't-
pathetic.
Be quiet.
Alright, here we go.
Oh. Hello?
Luigi is quite slippery.
Oh my god.
What the heck? How is this actually hard to do?
Ooh, there we
Thank
go.
you. Nice.
Wait, ooh. Oh my, wow.
There we go.
Those boxes are from 3D Land, I just noticed.
Yeah, hold on a second.
I haven't played 3D Land in such a long time. Alright, let's see. Hello?
Bye-bye.
No, please, no! What is wrong with you? I thought you were supposed to cover everything in the LP.
Oh my
Put
god.
the things up the trees. We're supposed to show them.
True.
Yeah, exactly. What are you doing?
That's like true. Let's see what we get here. Ooh, we got snap.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, let's see what this is.
What? I almost had the crown. I'm so
He
sick of
actually
it.
came super duper close to getting the crown.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is so much fun though, dude.
I am so seriously gonna get the. No, that, you know what? The crown matters when you're.
Ooh, dude, that's that water stage. You remember that from the trailer, just so you know. Okay, you can open the electronic manual from the home menu. You may make some unexpected discoveries there. Okay. Oh yes. What is it? I was going to say something.
The water stage?
Yeah. Let's actually go to the water stage. 1-4. This looks so much fun. Oh my god.
Plessies? Is that the
Plessis
dinosaurs
Plunging
in?
Falls. Yeah, I guess so. Let's see what this is all
Come
about.
on, Plessy.
Let me get on the lead. Come on. All right. Up on Plessy and head for the goal. So control your speed by using up and down on the analog, or okay.
How does this work? Wait, are you gonna?
I don't know who's gonna control. I think actually both of us can control.
Oh, gee, that's not good. That's not good at all.
This is gonna be crazy, actually. Let's see how that all works.
Well, let's see how. Yeah.
Are you ready? Then let's get going. All right. You hold to the left. I hold to the right. Okay.
Ooh, I
it
think-
follows my control. I think.
No, it doesn't. Does it? Yeah, I'm gonna go to the right, all the way to the right. See?
Oh, what the?
It follows
heck?
both of us.
Okay, so it's like it.
Oh god.
That's weird, actually.
Yeah, that is kind of funny.
Oh, look at that! We got the. Nice. Okay, we gotta come over here. We gotta come over here. We gotta come over here. Ah, dang it! Are you kidding me?
It's not real. Wait. Oh, what the heck? Come on, Cody.
We could have gotten points there if you had shifted
Me?
over- If you had shifted over to the
That was
right.
definitely not me. Is there any
Dude,
turbo
look
on
at
this thing?
Hold forward.
Oh,
Dude, isn't this water is pretty? And I remember this music from.
I knew it. I knew you could jump on those. That's how you got up there.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Oh
saying.
my god, and you missed a life? Oh my.
Dude, what the heck? This is both of us. Alright,
Ooh,
right,
no,
left,
stop,
left,
stop, I'm doing
left,
right.
left.
What do you mean left?
Look at the secret pathway
Oh.
right there. What the heck? This man is tripping hard.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. Alright. So, control. Okay, here we go. Alright, remember, we gotta go to the right in a sec. Ooh, look at this though. This stage looks beautiful. Like, all these stages in this game definitely took a really nice boost graphically ever since the E3 trailer that we saw. Like, listen in the comments below if you have gotten this game and if you've enjoyed the game so far. This game, it didn't seem like. Wow, what the heck?
What the heck, man? I was going all the way to the
Dude,
right. What is going on?
let's come over here. This looks like the.
I mean, if we're gonna lose, at least show something new, you know?
Yeah, score-wise too, and stuff like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Alright, let's come over to the left now. Let's see if we can actually. Alright, there's gotta be something else. Okay, what the heck? Alright, come on.
Whoa, that doesn't look very nice. This man's trying to. Oh man.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Whoa!
Drifting.
Got the stamp though.
I know, drifting. This is awesome. Okay. Whoa. Hey, get the speed boost though. Come
For
on.
what? Oh Jesus.
Speed boost are the best. Look at us. Skadoosh!
Oh god.
Okay, get ready.
Alright, jump! Oh, you can get it! Come on! Are you kidding me? Wow!
We fell so short from that. That was terrible.
Oh God.
Ah, well. Let's actually. Ooh, actually, wait a second. Wait a second. Let's see if we can go back into the water. Or no, stupid invisible wall. Are you?
Gerard First day of the year. Halloween. Oh, I wished I was home. The cat's eyes. I tried to call my sister back, but I couldn't get through. What should I do? I decided to follow her advice and go to bed. I took a deep breath and headed back into the castle. Then I slowly began to climb up the creaking staircase that led to the upper floor. I found a candle in the entrance hall. By the light of the flickering flame, I saw the portraits of the Continental family. I read the names. Duke Big Paw Cannicat, Duchess Curly Paw Cannicat, Pinky Paw Cannicat. What a perfectly frightening family. At least to a mouse, that is. Then I passed Duke Slice Paw Cannicat's portrait. I had the feeling I was being watched. A cold shiver made my fur stand on end. I turned around. Nothing. I crept a little farther. Then I turned around again. I saw the eyes of Sliced Paw's portrait glow like they were alive. Yes, I was sure of it now. Those eyes were following me as I climbed up the stairs. I checked the painting. Just as I thought, the eyes had holes in them. Someone was spying on me. I hurried down the dark hallway. Quickly, I yanked open the first door I saw. I closed it behind me out of breath. The noble Cannicat clan. What a day. What a night. What a fright. I stared down at my fur. What mouse bumps. They were popping up all over the place like pimples on a teenage rodent. I checked out the room I'd stumbled into by candlelight. It was painted all black. Dark and depressing. I prefer yellow myself. It's a very cheery color. And of course, it's the color of cheese. The room was covered in cobwebs. In the center stood a huge four-poster bed. I noticed a name carved on the headboard. Sliced Paw Cannicat. There was also a marble fireplace. I wondered if there were any mouse bones in this one. I shivered. Then I noticed something odd. The room seemed to be connected to a laboratory. It was filled with shelves of books on magic. Could Duke Sliced Paw Cannicat have been a magician? I locked the door and pushed a heavy chest of drawers against it. Never can be too safe. Then I lay down on the bed. But my eyes were wide open. In fact, I hadn't blinked for 10 minutes. Oh, I wasn't tired. How could I sleep with a terrifying ghost cat prowling around out there? My teeth began to chatter. I had to get my mind off that ghost. I picked up a book on the bedside table. The title was A Cannicat Clan Tells All, Secrets and Scandals of a Not-So-Noble Family. As I leafed through the book, I recognized the cats from the portraits I had seen earlier. Curious, I began to read. Prince Big Paw Cannicat, founder of the Cannicat dynasty, known to his friends as Big Paw Papa. Duchess Curly Paw Cannicat, famous for her stunning muskrat cape. She ruled the family with an iron curly paw. Meow. Duke Sliced Paw Cannicat. His paw was cut off during the Battle of Rattlewing. It is rumored he could smell a mouse blindfolded in an airtight room with a clothespin stuck on his nose. Legend has it he was a magician. His ghost wanders around the castle to this day. Duke Shorty Paw Cannicat, nicknamed Penny Pincher because of his stinginess. He wore the same underwear for months to save on laundry detergent. Baroness Pinky Paw Cannicat, the Duke's daughter, a beautiful female cat. She married Baron von Slinker and had 3 kittens, Slinky, Slinkette, and Slinks Cannicat. Duke Long Paw Cannicat, Curly Paw's great-grandson. He was known for his expensive tastes. He would only eat at the best fish restaurants in town. He loved gambling and ended up squandering a family fortune. Reading about those Cannicats must have made me sleepy. I dozed off. The next thing I knew, I was woken up by a noise. It was coming from the laboratory. What's that? Who's there? I asked, my heart in my mouth. At first, no one answered. Then I heard it. Children moaned someone at the other end of the room. It was the ghost. Help! I screamed, terrified. I shoved aside the dresser I had used to block the door. Then I slipped out and fled down the hallway. My heart hammered away in my chest. I felt like it was drilling a hole through hard concrete in there. I raced down the stairs. The creepy portrait of Sliced Paw watched me go. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck close to the castle. The red window panes glowed in the darkness. I gasped. A grim and horrifying shape stood out against one of the windows. The next moment, it was blocking my way. Then it pinched my tail. It shouted, "Boom!" "Thundering cattails!" I shrieked. What a day! What a night! What mouse bumps! And then, of course, I fainted. Tricked you, tricked you. I came to slowly. Someone was gently slapping my snout. The ghost! Sliced Paw, I murmured. I opened my eyes and found myself snout to snout with my sister Thea. She stared down at me curiously. "Did you see the ghost again?" she squeaked. "Where is he? Let me get a picture." My whiskers were quivering with curiosity. "Yes, sure. I saw it all right," I stammered. "It's right here somewhere. It pinched my tail, and this time it shouted, 'Boom!' Just then, I heard someone giggling. I whirled around. It was my cousin Trap. "Maybe you should get those glasses checked, cousin," he smirked. "It was me who pinched your tail, not a ghost." Now I was fuming. Of all the rotten, low-down, dirty tricks, only my obnoxious cousin Trap would scare a mouse when he's already frightened. As I stewed, Trap began to dance around the room. "Tricked you, tricked you," he sang in an annoying voice. "You're such a scaredy mouse." Right then, someone grabbed my jacket. I looked down. It was my favorite nephew, Benjamin. "Uncle Geronimo, I'm so happy to see you," he squeaked. I patted Benjamin's head. "You shouldn't be worried," I complained to my sister. "Benjamin is much too young. He could get scared." My cousin winked at me. "I'm sure he will get scared. You are the only scaredy mouse in the family." He sneered. My sister stamped her paw. I could tell she was getting impatient. She wanted to see the ghost, and she wanted to see it now. A sister of mine can't wait for anything. "Come on, Geronimo," she demanded. "Where is this ghost? I have got all day." Holding my fur. "I'm telling you, I saw it with my own eyes," I insisted, "and then it suddenly vanished." Trap snickered. "Did you see it with your own eyes? Or with your 4 eyes?" he squeaked. "I mean, you did have your glasses on, right, Cousin Kids?" Then he pinched my tail. I tried to catch him. Instead, I stumbled over my own 2 paws. Oh, how I wished I was home. The mysterious name. We decided to explore the entire castle. "We'll catch that ghost," said Theo. you again. I didn't feel like exploring the castle. I was tired of being scared out of my throat. All I wanted to do was go home. Home to my cozy mouse hole. Home to my comfy bed. Home to my cheese-filled fridge. I dragged my paws. Why don't you go ahead, I told the others. I'll just wait here. Forget it, big brother, Thea squeaked. You didn't bring me all the way out here for nothing. I want a ghost, and I want one now. Now shake your tail fur. That's all right. There's no stopping my sister once she wants something. She's like one of those runaway ratsy dogs. Turn her on and she's off. Except Thea runs on cheese instead of batteries. Okay, let's split up, she declared. I'll cover the kitchen, Trap will take the living room, Benjamin will check out the cellar, and that leaves Geronimo with the library. Let's do it. Everyone took off except me. I sighed. Oh, how I hate to be frightened. Reluctantly, I headed for the library. But just as I turned the corner, the ghost appeared in front of me. He was waving his sheet and dancing about. Ooh, he moaned in a spooky voice. I am the castle ghost. Get lost or you'll be toast. My whispers trembled. The ghost, I stammered. Just then I heard someone laughing. Of course, I should have guessed who it was. There stood my incredibly irritating cousin Trap. He pulled the sheet off his head and grinned. Got you again, didn't I? He snorted. You're such a simpleton, Geronimoid. My whiskers were trembling again. But this time they weren't trembling with fear, they were trembling with rage. I jumped to my paws. Before I could squeak, Trap pushed by me. Catch you later, scaredy mouse. He called. My whiskers sagged. So much for squeaking my mind. Oh well, there was no time to worry about my rotten cousin now. I decided to check out the library. Books spilled out from the shelves. I read some of the titles. A perfect place. If Cats Rule the World. Don't Step in My Litter Box. How to Catnap and Still Lose Weight. There was also a book on the history of cats. On the front, it had pictures of cats from different periods of history. Shivering, I put the book back on the shelf. I was starting to get a funny feeling about this castle. There were no cats left on Mouse Island. Were there? I pulled another book from the shelf. It was called 100 Easy Ways to Cook a Rat. I gasped. Then I flipped through the recipes. Sweet and sour mouse skewers, grilled rat with herbs, mouse marrow soup, peppery rodent casserole, chocolate cake supreme with candied rat tails. My fur stood on end. Maybe the rat skeleton I saw in the kitchen closet was left over from some crazy cat's casserole. The mystery of the vanishing ghost. Suddenly, I heard a noise coming from behind a bookshelf. A voice sang out. I snorted. This time, I wasn't falling for it. I'd had enough of my cousin's silly jokes. I didn't even look up. The meowing continued. Enough, Trap, I mumbled. I know it's you. Then I heard it again. I lifted my snout, ready to give my cousin a piece of my mind. But instead, I jumped so high my fur nearly brushed the ceiling. Jeez, Nimbus! In front of me stood the ghost. It was dressed in a suit of metal armor. It had the head of a cat, and one of its paws was missing. Yes, this time I was certain. It was Sliced Paw's ghost. It was as pale as a slice of mozzarella. But this was no giant talking piece of cheese. It was an honest-to-good mouse ghost. Oh, how I wish I was home. Right then, the ghost slipped behind a bookshelf. Once again, I heard a... I'll tear out your whiskers. I ran into the hall. Help! Someone save me! There's a big ghost! I shrieked. I was so nervous I twisted my tail into a knot. Then I felt a paw on my shoulder. It was a cold, furry paw. The ghost! It had me in its catty clutches. Oh, what a sad, scary way to go. Goodbye, Thea. Goodbye, Benjamin. Goodbye, cruel world. I sobbed. But the ghost just snorted. That's because it wasn't really a ghost at all. It's just me, Thea yelled in my ear. Her whiskers were twitching from excitement. Now stop whining and tell me where this ghost is. But I was so worked up I could hardly think. The ghost. Oh, why? Cut off paw, I stammered. My sister tapped her paw impatiently. Yes, but where? She insisted. Where did you see it? Where? In a daze, I stared back at her. She grabbed me by the tie, trying to shake the information out of me. Did I mention my sister could be a little impatient? At last, my squeak returned. I told her about the library. I told her how the ghost had appeared from behind a bookshelf. She grabbed her camera and was off. I followed her. When we reached the library, it was empty. Not a ghost in sight. I saw it. I'm positive, I kept repeating. I heard a chuckle from behind me. It was Trap. I saw it. I saw it, he sang in a high-pitched voice. Geronimo, how many paws am I holding up? Do you see what color shirt I'm wearing? Do you see little green mice floating above my head? He cackled with laughter. No, but you see a ghost? I was furious. Thea was furious, too. The only problem was she was furious with me. Geronimo, she squeaked, stamping her paw. One more joke like this, and I'll tear out all of your whiskers. I started to protest, but then I gave up. There was no use. Why, oh, why did no one ever believe me? Just then, Benjamin rushed to my side. If Uncle Geronimo says he saw it, I'm sure he did, he cried. But no one paid any attention to him. So Benjamin began to examine the library's floor. What's up, Benjamin? Did you find something? I asked. He pointed to some marks on the wooden floor. They looked like scratches. Maybe marks made by the ghost's chains? I saw Benjamin pull out his pad. Without a word, he began to jot down some notes. Ah, these brainy mice. It was very late. I wanted to go to bed. I was exhausted. But my sister wouldn't let me. I need to get a picture of that ghost, she insisted. Ghosts wander around at night, not in the middle of the day, you cheese brain. If you really saw a ghost, you'd help me find him. What does he know about ghosts? Trap said smugly. I think Jerry Berry just ate too much cheese. Then he had a nightmare and saw a ghost. Everyone knows that brainy mice have wild imaginations. Yep. He pinched my tail. Gotta get your nose out of those books, Jerrykins, he shrieked. You're seeing too many ghosts. I rubbed my tail. That's it, I decided. I'd had enough of the Stilton family for one night. I'm going to bed, I announced. I headed for Sliced Paw's room, and I slammed the door behind me. I had just stretched out in bed when I heard a sound. Then I heard a loud meowing. Sliced Paw's white ghost jumped out from behind the bookshelf, sneered. Once again, I was trembling with fear. That ghost must have been following me. Well, why was it picking on me? Did it know I was really a scaredy mouse at heart? Did it know I still slept with my Cheeseball the Clown nightlight on? Help! I screamed at the top of my lungs. It's back! The ghost is back! Oh, how I wished I was home. In a flash, my sister stormed into the room. Where is it? Where is it this time? She shouted. I pointed toward the bookshelf. But just like before, it had vanished. Thea was beside herself with rage. Her whiskers stood on end. Steam poured out of her ears. Enough is enough, Geronimo. I don't like to be tricked, she squeaked. One more time, and that ghost won't be the only one around here who's missing a paw. Trap sniggered behind his whiskers. Meanwhile, Benjamin pointed out a line of white powder on the floor. It was close to the bookshelf. I sniffed it. How very strange. It was flour. Once again, Benjamin jotted some notes. was playing. The mummy inside the coffin. I decided to sleep in another room. I took a pillow and a blanket. Then I crept downstairs to the cellar. Peace and quiet at last. I fell asleep in an instant. I was happily snoring away when I heard that creaking sound. I woke up with a start. I lit the candle beside me. "Is that you, Benjamin?" I asked in a shaky voice. No one answered. I lifted the candle so I could see better. Then I saw it. My eyes popped open wide. It was a mummy, and it was staggering right toward me. Behind it stood an open coffin made of stone. For the millionth time that night I cried out, "Help! Help!" I yelled as loud as I could, my voice echoed in the dark, empty room. Oh, how I wished I was home. Thea was beside me in no time flat. "Well, what is it this time?" she asked warily. I puffed up my fur. Now my sister would see I was telling the truth. After all, a mummy is a mummy. You can't make that up. "Go ahead," I announced, standing up tall. "Take a look over there." "Well, what do you see?" I expected my sister to whip out her camera. I expected her to gasp with surprise. Instead, she closed her eyes. Then she shrieked, "I don't see a thing." I turned around, astonished. The mummy and the coffin had both vanished. I went to check. No trace of them near the suit of armor. Nothing. I can't believe it. This just isn't possible, I stammered, confused. Thea grabbed me by the ear. "First it's a ghost. Now it's a mummy. What's next? A fire-breathing dragon?" she hissed. Benjamin was busy checking out the room. He showed me a piece of toilet paper. It was stuck on the floor right where I had seen the mummy. Strange. Without a word, Benjamin pulled out his pad. Then jotted down some notes. "Don't mess with Mom." I took my things and scuttled away, quiet as a mouse. Oh, how I wished I was home. As I left, I heard my cousin giggling. "What a wacko!" he sputtered. "That mouse is going to end up on the funny farm for sure." My whiskers were quivering with rage. How dare he call me a wacko? I've seen those mice at the Mad Mouse Center. Let me tell you, I do not act like them. Oh, sure, some of them are a little on the jumpy side, just like me, and yes, some of them claim to have seen things like ghosts and mummies, just like me, and some of them may even be afraid of heights and spiders and electric toothbrushes and cotton candy. It gets stuck in whiskers, and, well, you get the idea. But I am not like them. I am a mouse of honor. Holding my candle high, I crept slowly down the dark hallway. I was so frightened, I blinked rapidly to keep from crying my eyes out. Finally, I came to a room wallpapered with yellow roses. It was double the size of the other bedrooms. The four-poster bed was huge. My whole family, including my chubby Uncle Cheesebelly, could have slept in it. The drapes had the same pretty yellow roses on them. Too bad, it looked as if someone had slashed them with a knife. Still, the room was quite spectacular, and it even smelled like roses. Above the fireplace hung a huge portrait with a golden frame. It showed Duchess Curlypaw Cannycat. She was surrounded by her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. By the look on her face, you could tell she was the true ruler of the Cannycat clan. On a chest of drawers stood a marble bust of the Duchess. She wore a superior smile on her furry face. It was engraved, "Don't mess with Mama." A miniature reproduction of the castle stood on the bedside table. I bent closer to get a better look. Etched into the silver were the words, "Curlypaw Cannycat's Castle." I was right. It seemed the Duchess had been the ruler of the castle. I had a feeling she ruled with an iron paw. On the walls hung letters from the most famous cats of the time. There were letters from Grand Dukes, kings, and even emperors. I was impressed. Duchess Curlypaw Cannycat was no kidding. She also had expensive tastes. I saw lots of gold and precious jewels on their many bureaus. On one stood a heavy golden bird cage with a bird tweeting in the center. On another, I spotted a magnificent solid gold crown. It was set with rubies as big as cat's eyes. This must have been the Duchess's crown. Then I spotted a tiny gold figurine. It was a shy, timid-looking cat. A little plaque underneath the figurine read, "My deceased husband, Duke Pee-wee Punypaw, 1720 to 1760. Well, that explains it, I thought. Curly Paw Canny Cat was a widow. That's why she ruled over the castle and the family. I also found a dusty, small pillow. It was decorated with tiny yellow roses, and the words, "Mama is the ruler around this place, so do as she says, or she'll rearrange your face." A mysterious reflection. I put out the candle and slipped under the covers. I closed my eyes. But one horrible thought kept popping up. Tonight was Halloween, the scariest night of the year. Did I mention I don't like to be scared? Get a grip, Geronimo, I told myself sharply. It's time to stop being such a scaredy mouse. Yes, Geronimo Stilton would turn over a new leaf. From now on, I would be brave. To give myself courage, I began to chant, "I am not a scaredy mouse, I am not a scaredy mouse." I repeated the words over and over like a CD stuck on repeat. After a while, my paws stopped shaking. I peeked out from under the covers. I was starting to feel better. I guess you could even say I felt stronger, tougher. No ghost was going to send this mouse scampering. In fact, I would just laugh in his ghostly old face. Then I heard a meowing voice called out into the dark room. "That's right," it said. "You're not a scaredy mouse. You're a terrifying mouse." My floor stood on end with fright. "Who's there?" I squeaked. Oh, I wished I was home." The light came on in the darkest corner of the room, by a small bookshelf. There I saw a female figure wearing a cone-shaped hat, a long black dress, and pointed shoes. She held a broom in her paw. Could it be a witch's broom? Her wide-brimmed hat covered her snout. I could tell she was a cat. The paw holding the broom had long, sharp claws. Poisonous, cheesy puffs. It was a witch. And not just any old witch. The worst kind of witch there is. A cat witch. I stared at her frightening reflection in the mirror. The witch began to chuckle, and she sang a horrifying song. "Evil-eyed, rodent's eye, in my cauldron prepare to die," she cackled. She waved her broom in the air. "Well, what a nice, juicy mouse. You'd be just right for a couple of rat-coolers. I could use that fur to make myself a cute hat, and your soft ears would make a perfect powder puff." I hid under the covers. So much for being brave. I admit it. I am a scaredy mouse. A perfectly terrified, teeth-chattering, nail-biting scaredy mouse. "Help!" I shrieked once again. I was beginning to sound like a broken record. 30 seconds later, Thea threw open the door. "What's up? Did you see a ghost?" she cried. I shook my head. "No," I squeaked. "I saw a witch." My sister blinked. Then she flipped her tail over her shoulder. "Well, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. A witch would make a good scoop, too," she decided. "So where is she?" Trembling all over, I pointed at the bookshelf. Armed with her camera, my sister marched forward. I watched as she stared at the bookshelf. "Where are you, witch?" she demanded. "Come on, I just want to take your picture." I peeked out from under the covers. I was shaking like a mouse who's been locked out of his or her mouse hole on a cold winter's night. Thea looked everywhere. The witch was gone. I love you, Uncle Geronimo. My sister stamped over to the bed. She ripped the covers off me. "Geronimo," she barked, "how much cheese did you eat tonight?" I chewed my whiskers. "But very little, I'm telling you," I insisted. Just then, Tramp peeked into the room. "Very little, my paw." He chuckled. "He probably ate so much his stomach begged him to stop. You know, Jerry Berry, you can have terrible nightmares when you eat too much before bed." He poked me in the tummy. "You probably dreamed up all sorts of scary thingies like ghosts and mummies and witches." I shook my head. Why wouldn't anyone ever listen to me? For the last time, I'm telling you, I only ate a tiny piece of Swiss cheese, I squeaked. Of course, that got Trap started on the dangers of going to bed on an empty stomach. "That's even worse than eating too much," he shouted. Meanwhile, Benjamin was checking out the mirror, the walls, and a chest of drawers standing in the dark corner of the room. I scratched the fur on top of his head. "Tell me, Uncle," he whispered in my ear, "are you positive you saw the witch reflected in that mirror?" I nodded. "You do believe me, don't you?" I asked my favorite nephew. Benjamin kissed me on the tip of my snout. "Of course I believe you, Uncle. I always do." I hugged him tight. Then he pulled out his pen and jotted down some notes. Small, but nasty. Finally, they all left. I sat on the bed thinking, what was going on? Was I just having nightmares like Trap insisted? Or did I actually see a ghost, a mummy, and now a witch? I was starting to feel like I was losing my mind. To cheer myself up, I started chanting again. Everything's under control. Everything's under control. This time, I didn't feel any better. Oh, how I wished I was home. Suddenly, a gray owl flew into the room through the open window. It perched on the edge of the fireplace. The owl opened its beak. "Hey, you Checkerface," it croaked. My jaw dropped. Then the owl began to sing. "I may be small, but don't cross me. Wrong, wrong move, and you're history." Left in cold thought. As the owl flew away, I heard a mechanical sound. Tick, tick. Very strange, I thought. I wanted to tell someone. Who ever heard of a talking owl? And not just any talking owl. This was one nasty talking owl. I opened my mouth to yell for help. Then I snapped it shut. Why bother? No one would believe me anyway. They'd call me a cheese brain. They'd call me a mad mouse. They'd call me for advice and do the exact opposite of whatever I said. No, no one would believe me. Well, no one except Benjamin. I scrambled out of bed. Then I raced out of the room in search of my dear, sweet nephew. The mystery of the chicken feather. I found Benjamin and told him what had happened. He listened patiently. Then gave me a hug. "I believe you, Uncle," he said. "Did I mention Benjamin is my favorite nephew?" We went back to Duchess Curly Paw Candy Cat's room. Benjamin began to check out the room like a regular mouse detector. He found a feather on the floor by the fireplace. He stared at it through a magnifying glass. "Very interesting. This looks like it was a white chicken feather, but someone has painted it gray." I told Benjamin about the strange mechanical noise I had heard when the owl flew off. Tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. He pointed out the cobwebs over the fireplace. So many cobwebs, yet not one single spider, he observed. We both agreed. It was very odd. With that, Benjamin pulled out his pad. Then he began scribbling more notes. At this rate, he was going to need another pad. A scarlet silk cape. It was already morning, but it felt like midnight. Being haunted by ghosts was exhausting. I hadn't slept one wink. I decided to try to catch a quick mouse nap. I'd skip Curly Paw's room, though. Ooh. Instead, I climbed up the stairs leading to the highest tower. Soon I found myself in a red room. The walls were red, The floor was red. Even the ceiling was red. I fell onto the bed. I was so tired. Before my foot even hit the red velvet pillow, I was fast asleep. A few minutes later, I woke up to a strange buzzing sound. I opened my eyes. Shadows danced on the high ceiling. Cheese niblets. They were bat shadows. Oh, how I wished I was home. Suddenly, one of the shadows drifted over to the bed. It was much, much bigger than the others. The buzzing whirred in my ears. Just then, the shadow unfolded its wings. I saw a figure cloaked in a scarlet silk cape. It was a vampire cat. It smiled at me, showing every one of its pointed teeth. "A vampire!" I shrieked. In a flash, it disappeared. The door flew open. It was Benjamin. Uncle, what's the matter?" he cried, racing to my side. "I heard a buzzing sound, and I saw bat shadows on the ceiling," I stammered. "Then a vampire appeared at the foot of my bed." Benjamin twirled his whiskers. A buzzing sound? Shadows on the ceiling? A vampire?" he said, looking puzzled. Then he glanced out the window. "Look, Uncle, the sun is already up," he pointed out. "I thought vampires slept during the day and came out at night." I wasn't an expert on vampires. I tried not to read too many spooky books. They were just so scary. But I did know Benjamin was right. Nighttime was a vampire's party hour. Daytime was for sleeping. Benjamin discovered an extension cord lying on the floor. He held it up for me to see. Once again, we both agreed something very odd was going on. Benjamin scribbled away on his pad. An extension cord. Cranky paws. I was still sleepy, but it didn't look like I'd be catching any Z's until I got home. Then I'd curl up in my comfy bed and sleep for hours, maybe even days. I would just take a vacation from work. Lately, I've been working my paws to the bone. A little time off might be just what I needed. Oh, how I wished I was home. I sighed. Then I headed downstairs with Benjamin, and that's when I saw him. A small tag lay crumpled on the stairs. I picked it up and read it out loud. Cranky Paws, Super Scary, Magic Tricks, and Practical Jokes. My mouth dropped open. "Uncle, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Benjamin whispered. I nodded. "Yes, my dear nephew, I know. Someone has been playing tricks on us." Benjamin took out his pad. On it he had drawn a map of Cannycat Castle. "Maybe we can find out more from this map," he began. We put our heads together and studied the castle. The mystery is solved. It didn't take long for Benjamin and me to figure everything out. We called Thea and Trap. Then we all gathered in the library. Benjamin and I have finally solved this mystery. Thea puzzled. Trap just snorted. "What mystery? The mystery of your missing brain cells?" He chuckled. I ignored him. We'll see who has the last laugh, I thought. I picked up Benjamin's pad and flipped through it. I was so proud of my nephew. His notes were like regular detectives. I felt like I was reading the journal of that famous TV detective, Snoop Rat Smith. "Let's go over everything that happened from the beginning," I said. I was starting to feel like a detective myself. I paced back and forth for effect. I twirled my whiskers and peered at everyone through a magnifying glass. Thea rolled her eyes. But for once, no one said a word, except me. I read the list of points Benjamin and I had gone over in my best Snoop Rat Smith imitation. 1. I discover a rat skeleton in the kitchen cupboard. When Thea shows up, the skeleton disappears. That's when Benjamin notices the mysterious nail. Why is there a nail in the cupboard? To hang the skeleton on, of course. 2. The ghost appears for the first time in the library behind a bookshelf. Whenever the ghost appears and disappears, there is a creaking noise. That's because there is a secret passageway behind the shelf. 3. I notice the eyes in Sliced Paw's portrait seem to be following me. Turns out the painting has 2 holes where the eyes should be. Someone has been watching me. 4. The ghost appears again in Sliced Paw's lab. Once again, it pops up from behind a bookshelf. Another secret passageway. 5. The ghost appears once more in the library. Benjamin notices some marks on the floor. What kind of ghost can leave a mark? Not a real one. 6. The ghost reappears, but this time Benjamin notices a trace of flour on the floor. 7. A mummy appears in the cellar. Benjamin finds a piece of toilet paper. What's the easiest way to dress up as a mummy? Wrap yourself in toilet paper. 8. A witch appears in Curly Paw's room. What kind of witch can see her own reflection in the mirror? Not a real one. 9. A talking owl pays me a visit, but I hear a motor when it flies off. Then Benjamin discovers a painted chicken feather. What kind of owl has a motor and painted feathers? A mechanical one. 10. Bat shadows appear and then a vampire. But what is that strange buzzing sound? And why does Benjamin discover an extension cord? Because nothing is real. They are just images projected on the wall. Plus, every mouse knows real vampires go into hiding when the sun rises. 11. I discover a strange tag on the stairs. It says, Pranky Paws, Super Scary Halloween Magic Tricks and Practical Jokes. I put down Benjamin's bag. So you see, I finished, someone has been playing tricks on us. They want us to think this castle is haunted. Now, we just have to find out who and why. What's your story? By now, Trap was on his paws. What? He squeaked. Are you telling me that someone has been playing games with us? Messing with our mouse minds? Pulling the wool over our beady little eyes? He was furious. What kind of low-down, slimy sewer rat would do something so nasty, he shrieked. Wait till I get my paws on him. I'll tear out his whiskers one by one. Thea was just as furious. I'll tie his tail in knots, she squeaked. Just then I heard a noise from behind the bookshelf. I leaped toward the shelf, faster than a cat in a rat race. You won't get away this time, I cried. But when I saw who had been making the noise, my jaw hit the ground. No, this time I wasn't frightened. I wasn't even scared. I was just surprised. That's because there wasn't a mouse behind the bookshelf. There was a teeny, tiny cat. Now, I know what you're thinking. Aren't all cats scary to mice? Well, not this little guy. He was not much older than Benjamin, and he looked like he was about to faint. He was clearly terrified of us. In a flash, Trap snatched him up by the tail. Well, then, what's your story, Fluffy Fur? He sneered. What's with the magic tricks? The young cat coughed. He was so frightened. I could hear his teeth chattering. Well, you see, he began with a stammer. Halloween a year later. A year has gone by since that crazy Halloween night. Lots of things have happened since. Canny Cat Castle has been completely repaired. Every day there is a line of visitors clamoring to get in. They come to see the beautiful portraits, the antique furniture, the precious jewelry. But most of all, they come to see Pawkin's spooky Halloween magic tricks. Duke Slicepaw Canny Cat's ghost, the mummy, the witch, and the vampire. Pawkin and Pawette Canny Cat are two happy cats. Which reminds me, they have become Benjamin's best friends. As I was saying, today is October 31st. Yes, it's Halloween. My family and I are on our way to Canny Cat Castle. We're going to spend the night. It has become a Stilton family tradition. Benjamin is super excited. He has been telling me about all of the new scary tricks Pawkin has created. Glow-in-the-dark skeletons, headless ghosts, werecats. It all sounds terribly frightening. Of course, I wouldn't tell anyone I'm afraid. They would just call me a scaredy mouse, which really isn't very nice. But I will tell you a little secret. It is true. I hate ghosts and goblins and haunted houses and things that go squeak in the night. Yes, I admit it. I am a scaredy mouse. A perfectly terrified, teeth-chattering, nail-biting scaredy mouse. Oh, how I wish I was home. This is Edward Herman.